to Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana.
My name is Professor Martins Emeche.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching SOUQ
News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this route in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island local government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Thank you so much for staying with us on SOUQ Podcast. Like we promised, that we're going to be bringing to you some of the participants on today's training. Yes, the training is going to be week-long, but it started today, and so far it's been a very interesting one. I could see the participants in there laugh and also respond. It's been very interactive and quite engaging as well. So we have with us here, right here, Dr. Irene Akidino, who is a medical practitioner, and she is with the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. She's traveled all the way from Edo State to be part of this training. If you know Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, you must be conversant with some of the strides, medical strides that they've made. During the COVID-19 era, they were there and they actually were able to help. As you know, that the medical sector did actually perform well in helping to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Not only that, when you hear Lassa fever, so one institute that is like the go-to in terms of treatment containing the spread, then you should think Area Specialist Teaching Hospital. So she's here and she'll be talking to us about the change narrative in Nigeria. People say we have lots of policies, but what have we gotten from the policies? First of all, you traveled all the way to be part of this training. How has it been for you, day one?
Well, thank you very much. I have no regrets. It's been quite engaging, enlightening, and I think the interactive aspect has really been good. So far the facilitators have been amazing. And the fact that we are from different sectors brings to bear, your different experiences. The problems may be the same, but I think with the facilitators, the solution is almost the same, despite what institution, either public or private, you come across, and not just dwelling on the problems, but thinking of the solutions. So that's, I think, the strategic insights which the course is all about.
All right, so now this is Lagos, but apart from it being Lagos, this training has afforded you to meet with your colleagues, counterparts in other fields, and like you said, the conversation is revolving around the same thing. What can be done better for these organizations to stay relevant and be able to deliver value to the consumers? Now, the theme is strategic insight and planning. Now, if we look at government agencies, how does this apply into this world, knowing that the global thinking is changing? So around different sectors, there's a paradigm shift. How is Nigeria playing to ensure that it's not left out?
Yeah, thank you. We talked today about things like looking at competition in a positive way. And looking more towards collaboration and partnerships than competitiveness. The way it is even globally, you can't necessarily have all the resources, but you can partner with public, private sectors. The federal can partner with the state. I was telling someone, I said, yes, initially we used to be the only one, when it came to top Lassa fever, but we're a country of over 200 million. There is no way we can, cater for everybody. So the important thing is, how do you grow other people in other regions? So places like FMC or are also growing in this. We dialyze patients that have Lassa, no other hospital will be. And we've had 0 to low mortality of staff from Lassa fever. So when other people come, we have a fellowship now. People can come and do a fellowship and look at all aspects. I'm an intensivist. So we ventilate and we have a critical care unit for them. But the main thing is collaborations, your strengths. What are the strengths each person has? Because really, that is the only way to grow. Okay. You realize that there's a deficit. How do we meet up? You collaborate with private sector. I think Blue, Lawsuit, and Triton are doing that for cardiac, and they're able to achieve more and train personnel. So I think that's a big one, and really attitudinal change is key.
Okay, so let's talk about policy. Different policies are made to fit specific sectors and purposes. So would you say your sector, you find it very easy adapting to the policy meant for your sector? Are there challenges? How are you trying to, make this work? I mean, I see you smiling. It's a challenge, but because we mentioned that earlier, that we have good policies, but the issue is making sure that you see them to the later. People get to do this thing. So, in your own sector, how would you say this works?
Well, if we have to be sincere, really, these policies, everybody knows we make very fantastic policies, or how do they get to fruition? And I think that is where this comes into play. These are the policies, There will be a lot of challenges. We understand how the landscape is, You have a policy on availability of healthcare, the number of doctors, but in reality, a lot have left. But you need to still be able to render care, because policy, you are this center for that, But the main thing is, in the same thing, you have these issues and these challenges. How do you improve your strengths and make them become competencies? How do you become creative? I was telling them, I said, because we had experience with LASA so much, and we were always running out of PPEs, we decided to produce our own PPEs that we could wash, we could autoclave. So when COVID came, we already were used to something. When you prepare before the need arises, you go through all the downs, and we're able to do that. Now we have, whenever at the end of the NASA week, we still have our regular meetings and updates. And how we look, reflect, where did we go wrong? How do we improve? So the thing with policies that they can be there, but when you put them on ground, you have to continue to evaluate yourself, and improve and be creative. We have to be creative. That's true. That's the only way.
Okay, so let me also ask you this. I think in the course of the training, Dr. Ken mentioned attitude. So I'm bringing it to your sector. I remember he was talking. He even referred to an incident. Talking about the attitude of a nurse towards someone and all of that. So, as a leader in that field, how well would you say you've been able to change this narrative?
Well, in sincerity, I think even if you have all the equipment you have, I think in the health sector, the attitude is poor, you're not going to really achieve a lot. There's a lot of psychology managing ill, and just your attitude and your perception goes a long way in providing some aid. We all have mission and vision statements, and really, how many of us who work here live and work with those ethos? And I think for me, that is something that we should take. The cleaner should understand, I'm in the hospital, I'm working as a cleaner because I want to be part of healthcare delivery. So if a patient, if I'm sweeping and somebody walks past, I shouldn't be angry that the person has dirtied, maybe they're coming from a muddy place. I should realize that this person is ill and has come for help, and I shouldn't, my attitude shouldn't be one that makes person feel bad. The same thing with the healthcare professionals. You understand that you're stretched, you're overworked, but how you receive patients and how you counsel them. Just going up today, I had to give a lecture this morning before I came here for doctors who are specializing in anesthesia, and I needed to talk on patient counseling and breaking bad news. So those are things about communication skills. It's not about how much skill I have as an anesthetist, but my non-technical skills. And I think that is something I think we need to change completely, like almost a 360 degree. And I think it will affect everything. It will affect our policies. It will affect how well we even use the resources we have maximally for effectiveness. So moving forward, I think it's something that one has to, like going back, I need to emphasize. But I think, everything starts from we. Yes. Yes, the leaders, when they see your attitude, then they know they kind of, you also act like an example, really, and say, oh, if she does this and she talks this way, then it means I can.
Yes.
So
lead by example.
Lead by example.
That's it.
That is what we need.
That's it. Okay.
All right, so you've talked about resources too. This is a time where there is limited resources, whether it's for government or if it's for private enterprises. So alongside strategic thinking, strategic insight, thinking, planning, comes the issue of budgeting. If we look at the health sector, now, how do we appropriate the funds, limited funds that is budgeted for healthcare service? In the course of the training today, primary healthcare facilities were mentioned. And we know that at this time, it's of priority to the Federal Ministry of Health to revitalize the primary healthcare system. But when we come to budgeting for them, equipping this primary healthcare system, does it look actually that there is a lot of thoughtful thinking and planning into how the primary healthcare system should work and meet the needs, deliver value to the consumers of healthcare?
Thank you. What I've realized is the primary healthcare needs minimal equipment. A ventilator would cost about 30 million naira. A primary healthcare center does not need that. They need the basic things to check patient's pulse, things to check patient's blood pressure. But what they need at that level is capacity development and training. To know, how can I identify someone who is critically ill and do a little bit essential care and move. So those things don't really cost so much. And realize that they just need education, they need incentive. They also want to feel that they matter in the overall health. And they really matter because they're the ones closer to the people. The community, people in the community feel comfortable with them than coming to the hospital I work. Because there's that personal relationship. Yeah. So I think investing in primary health care is good because it will improve the overall health indices. But capacity building is key in doing that. And we hope that we will have that the insight and the zeal to do that and provide such in all the communities.
Okay, I'm going to take it from here now, the insight. How do we get the insight as to the exact need of the people? We're looking at the medical field now, or the medical sector, because that's your area. Now, it's one thing to say, let's focus on the primary healthcare sector, and that's the way to ensure that healthcare gets to those at the grassroots. But how can these things be linked? So, someone goes to the primary healthcare, like you mentioned that the primary healthcare center doesn't need much equipment, but if the case becomes severe, people go there for basic healthcare needs, maybe they're not feeling very well, for mild ailment, but where they're diagnosed with something more severe, then there's referral to a secondary healthcare system. You find that in some localities where you have primary healthcare centers, the nearest secondary healthcare facility is so far. So it's kind of hard for people to just move like from one level. So if it's very severe, then you easily move to the next healthcare facility that can attend to. Is that a missing link? Is that why sometimes certain policies that are supposed to yield results at the implementation stage seem not to be giving the right results? How can this be corrected?
Yes, it's those are part of the things. You have to realize that there are a lot of delays in accessing healthcare and reducing all these mortality indices. From your home to the hospital, that's another thing. From the hospital to the referral center. Now, ideally, everything comes to get to even the primary healthcare center, the roads may be bad. So even if I know I should get them, I can't even access. But another thing, the very important thing is that these healthcare centers should have ambulances. Means to move patients from the primary. It shouldn't be their responsibility anymore to say, I have to now think of how to move myself. And you can domesticate this. You see these tricycles have been used in places like India as a means of moving persons from the primary health care to a secondary health care. And that responsibility is not borne by the patient, it's borne by government. I should be able to transfer a patient, even from my facility, to another facility that does more of the cardiac issues if I can't handle that, or in neurosurgical if we have limitations. Now, who bears that responsibility? Should it be the patient or the government? It should be the government. Because the person has come to a government facility to seek care. And we all understand, you can't have all the facilities in one place. So you also have, like, we talked about the ratio of doctors, I realize that we are far from ideal, but the thing is, if you need to repair that bridge, the ambulance services, it is responsibility of government. You have trauma centers, but if I have a trauma on the road, is there an ambulance that will pick me and take me to the closest trauma center, or I have to wait for passerby and good Samaritans who will take me, and sometimes they even increase the mortality in moving critically ill patients, you understand? So it's, I wouldn't say it's complex. Sometimes it seems daunting, but I think it is something that can be done. You see other societies and see, oh, these policies they've had, how did they, you have to study. And you should try and replicate, not in full, you domesticate it
based on
your
your
environmental factors, and all of that. But see how it works. I don't want to believe, oh, there's a problem that cannot be solved, because I think that's why we are humans and intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like you to speak to this. There are some roadblocks that I call it roadblocks because oftentimes, if that's the right word now, you see people when they are in a state of emergency, bring them to the hospital, and you hear that there are some policies or rules that are in place saying, oh, we can't do this, oh, sorry, you have to provide this, and all of that. Again, World Health, they say, is well, right? So if someone is alive first, he or she could find a way to run around to sort out some other necessary things, So is it possible we move away from, if this is not available, we cannot treat? Those roadblocks. Is it possible?
Oh, sure. Now there used to be a lot of hesitancy. Oh, do you attend to gunshot victims until you get a police report? Recently they have said no. You attend to them while in the process of doing that. And I think it's wrong to tell people to pay before attending, because that is where that is what we call emergency. In the first 24 hours, and that is critical in survival. Because I could be walking across the street, I wouldn't take my ID card, I probably didn't take my phone, I get knocked down by a vehicle, I get to the hospital, I'm unknown.
Yes.
Because at that point, nobody knows who I am. But that doesn't mean I'm not even on a health insurance policy and all that. But it is important at that point in time to offer emergency and essential critical care. And that is something we're trying to advocate really, to ensure that is available for 24 hours. Be able to give oxygen the patient needs, and stabilize that person in the first 24 hours. And subsequently, you can now find ways. And I think a lot of hospitals are actually changing that narrative. However, where I work, I can only speak for where I work in the ISTH era. For the first 24 hours, sometimes you get emergency care.
All right. I want to believe that is happening because it's a policy of the management that treatment should come first before other things while they're on the process. Okay, so this training that is for top-level managers, I believe that all of you will go back to your respective organizations and begin to implement the changes via policy initiatives and all that. But we also find that in some organizations where policies have been made, the policies are not even understood by those who I may want to refer to as foot soldiers in questions, those who are on the ground to carry out the activities, the functions necessary for the full implementation of the policies. Some of them are not fully informed, they do not understand it, and sometimes there is no buy-in. And when there is no buy-in, you don't expect that people will do what is necessary to have this. So it doesn't really work. On paper, you have this policy, that policy. For instance, the issue of treatment or payment before treatment. That you say is happening in your organization, but if we go to some other medical establishments, particularly the private run ones, that may not really apply. So how do we ensure that top level managers communicate effectively policies, secure buy-in, and then they become things that the consumers enjoy? Even to what you were talking about when we talk about the primary health care, the ambulance situation that happens in other countries where the tricycles are used. in that training, I also listened, yeah, and I got a part of it when the facilitator for today, talking about Dr. Ikem Kenikewa, who was talking about the client's functions or consumer functions. So what you need to actually deliver the service that your consumers are expecting to get from you. So what is the role of the manager in all of this? Communicating the policy and also ensuring that the client functions are available, even the technology, and so everything is well structured to meet that goal.
Well, the thing is really, you come here and you get all the stuff, you feel ginger and you're ready to go back to your school, like, I'm going to cause so much change. But it's very important to cascade it down, because of course, they have units and unit heads. And so it's important going back, you cascade and ensuring it goes down. But the important thing is also monitoring and evaluation. And performance indices, what do you expect? I come back and I have a discussion in the next month or 3 months. Should I do an evaluation? Performance and see for patients who have they access that. Do I need to get feedback from the clients and after the feedback next lesson? Do I need to develop the institution's website and let clients know they can go there and give us feedback on, or when I came in, how long did I just spend the whole day before I saw a doctor in the clinic, or I came and I, because I had booked the appointment at some time and I didn't want to be kept waiting, and I did see, or I came by 7 a.m. and I didn't wait till 5. So we must monitor and evaluate, and I think that's really very important. We must get feedback from the clients, our patients who we render this service, and then I think getting feedback from them shows us where are the points we need to improve, because they are the consumers really. We may think we have like the idea, perfect idea to make this, but if we don't engage them, we won't really know exactly if they're actually making a positive impact and all the policies really are to their best interest, which is what we should do. But I think one, cascading this information down to everybody, even up to the cleaners, porters, it's really very important. And I do that because I do a lot of work with intensive care. So I will tell the cleaners, I say you are very important here, because the people who are here are very, very clean. Talk to them with empathy. Talk to the relatives with empathy. They are going through a lot. So and they make them realize that you're a cleaner in the intensive care unit. It's different from being a cleaner in an office.
Oh yes,
because
we
don't interact with the patient relatives. Sometimes they look at you and want to get some comfort. So even when you smile at them, even if you're trying to tell them, oh please don't litter this space, or you tell them with some compassion and empathy. I know we're quite cultural here. Oh, don't worry, God will do all those kind of nuances. So it's different from you're working in an office. So your attitude is different. So it cascades so that they feel that yes, they are part. And I think that is the attitude that needs to change. And I think in our smaller units, when it's as a manager, it's cascaded down. And once the smaller units grow, I think it improves, the overall system. It might take some time. There will be issues. You will have persons who do not feel they need to change their attitude. But reward system is also important. And incentives. And there should be some punishment for people who do not meet up. Because in the private sector, you have those things. That's why private sectors run so effectively, sometimes compared to the public sector. Even if you put in so much for them, realize that if you do not meet up, this is but if you do well, you have incentives, to encourage people who are doing well. And we must always be optimistic.
All right. Okay, so I love that we must always be optimistic. So I want to bring you back to the training. So you spent a couple of hours learning, unlearning, you've unlearned and relearning at the same time. So would you say you've been able to pick out some key, skills or messages that you'll be taking back home? Talking about probably you identify a major challenge in your sector and you feel this training has actually availed you the, what's it called now, a way out, solution to solve those challenges.
Yes, and there are two things, maybe not just in one place. I think I've learned the fact that, maximizing your strength and then need to be proactive and creativity. The idea that you don't necessarily need to like someone if somebody has those strengths. Maximize the person's strengths. Usually we feel, oh, I really don't like you. I don't really want you to work in this office, even if the person has the capacity. But now I realize, why don't you maximize that person's capacity? To deliver whatever thing you need. Then I think the key is collaboration. Because some of us in public institutions, we all want to, oh, this office is the best. We're the best, we're better than this other one. But really, we can collaborate and be much bigger than what we want to. So for me, I think that's idea of collaboration is key. Attitudinal change is really key, and letting everybody's decision be linked to the vision and the mission of the institution. I think that's aspect, because when you did ask me about that, like, do you think even how many people know the vision and mission of your institution, and does the cleaner know that? Because if they're linked to it, it changes a lot.
Well, you just took the question out of my mouth when you talked about collaboration, because in there it was quite an issue when the facilitator for today's session talked about moving away from competition to collaboration. Yes, you can have competition in the private sector, but when it comes to the public sector, it's more about collaboration. I think that's what's missing. That's why it seems like everybody is fighting one person. Some agency wants to be the hero, and while others feel like, well, what can we do? So there's like a superiority fight and all that. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Irene Hideno, who has been with us here on SOUQ Podcast. She's a participant at the ongoing ADSC, that is African Development Studies Center, and the National Institute for Public Strategic Studies here in Lagos. So she's not the only one. We promised you, and we're actually delivering on what we promised you, that we'll bring to you some of the participants as well as the resource persons. The show continues, or rather, the training continues, meaning SOUQ Podcast will continue tomorrow. We're bringing to you the facilitator and all the participants. So you need to stay tuned so you can be up to date as it concerns happenings here at the ongoing ADSC NIPS training. I am Blessing AJ. I've been doing this today with Grace Komalafe.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Like I said, it's a pleasure doing this with you, and I hope I'll be here again tomorrow.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
Yes, we'll do this together tomorrow again. All right, till tomorrow, we'll see you.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A SOUQ morning to you, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to SOUQ News Television. My name is Hans Mba. We jump off this beautiful, clement Friday morning, the 23rd day of August, with another edition of SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, hashtag SBL across all social media as we engage with each other, you and I, about those headlines that speak to us. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll begin to look at those headlines from across the world. Stay here.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome right back to SOUQ Business Landscape. It's Hans Mba. Quickly, we'll jump right on to all the headlines that are speaking to us. First and foremost, as usual, we're doing Business Day from Nigeria here at home. So good news, because the first headline says, cost of living crisis eases as prices of gari, potato, and tomato drop. This is amazing news, because that means I'm going to be jollificating with a beautiful pot of stew this evening. So Nigeria's cost of living, as it reports, essentially has dropped for the first time since 2022. There are people that would beg to differ, but this is good news, and we can't wait to actually see this implement, and I'm sure we will have something on this before the end of today with our content. Nigeria sells 384 billion naira T-bills as DMO favors bonds. Nigeria sells 384 billion naira T-bills as DMO favors bonds. There's one here that is also intriguing. Wine intake falls to 5-year low on inflation and on empty wallets. That is one to catch on page 20. Wine intake falls to 5-year low on inflation and empty wallets. It's kind of alters. It's like with the cost of living dropping on one side and wine intake falls low on the other side. But hey, we're bringing you the headlines. Mpox spread across Africa heightens Nigeria's risk amid vaccine shortages. Mpox is such a thing right now, and we must do the most that we can to keep it away from, especially our families and our places of work. We'll segue on to the next publication, Business Daily. While in the east of Africa, it says banks, stockbrokers hit as CBK stops bond trade commissions. Banks, stockbrokers hit as CBK stops bond trade commissions. Payments of agents to end in September on the 2nd. Move linked to launch of online platforms. So here it's talking about the hits that banks are taking, despite having all that profits that they were celebrating earlier in the week and from last week as well. It feels weird. One day it's up, the next you can't even say what it is. Stanchart profit surges 48 pence on higher lending. Stanchart profit is surging. KRA's cleaning garbage budget doubles to 859 million shillings. The budget is doubling the KRA cleaning and the garbage budget. That must be a lot of dirt that is being shoveled off. KCB Family Bank holding 3 billion shilling hustler fund savings. That's the Kenya Central Bank. And Family Bank holding 3 billion shillings hustler fund savings. For all that juice in Kenya, catch the Business Daily as we segue on to the next one. Still in Africa, we're looking at changes as they go into this project. SASOL sets aside 3 billion rand in tax fights. 3 billion rand in tax fights, and it has to do with SASOL. Presidency shrugs off health compact boycotts. There's a health compact boycott as the presidency shrugs it off. So it's a fight till the end. Sibanye lands 10 billion rand for lithium projects. Sibanye lands 10 billion rand for lithium projects as more companies are on the headline this morning. ABSA culture, governance, its Achilles heel. ABSA culture and governance, its Achilles heel. Low conviction rate triggers low to a new low at crime plan. Low conviction rate triggers low at crime plan. That's it for Business Day. We will take another short break, and when we return, we will cross over from Africa to the rest of the world. Stay here, it's still business, SOUQ Business Landscape.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979. On the Unity Party of Nigeria platform, his administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome right back to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm Hans Mbastil, and we're on to other publications. We're looking at, we're crossing over to Asia. In India, the Financial Express, the Read to Lead publication. I love it. In fee, some global firms likely to get GST relief. In fee, and some global firms likely to get GST relief. So information technology giants, Infosystem, and some foreign airlines. Why do they call them Infi? Why not just say Infosystem? So Infosystem and some foreign airlines are shipping companies are likely to receive some relief from governments on their massive GST liabilities. So that's good news for Infosystem and their cohorts. Wi-Fi banned, telcos, tech firms at loggerheads. So there's this tussle over 6 gigahertz spectrum band between the telecom operators and technology firms, which has led the Department of Telecommunications to delay allocations to either of them. Wi-Fi band, telcos, tech firms at loggerhead. Catch that on Financial Express. Start it on the headline on the front page and catch the rest of the news on page 6. New F&O norms likely by October. New F&O norms likely by October. So no changes are expected from the Ashebi draft. Their Securities and Exchange Board of India is expected to issue final guidelines for derivatives trading by September ending, which is not far from here. Okay. On the news, ONDC forays into credit space with 6 million loan service. ONDC forays credit space with 6 million loan service. Kolkata case in SC, scene of offense altered, says CBI. More on the publication. Adani family offices to get a post-Heidelberg makeover. Adani family offices to get a post-Heidelberg makeover. Industrialist Gautam Adani plans to appoint auditors from a top global firm and hire a chief executive from his own family offices to bring a level of disclosure often associated with listed companies. Adani is one of the big companies, industries in India that are cleaning out. Catch that one on page 7. And other headlines: Bayou's SC refuses to stop COC meeting. Open market sale of wheat likely in September. So the government is commencing a huge stock of those that are buying flour and stuff and wheat. They're opening the market up in September. Dabur to invest 400 crore in South India foray. 400 crore in South India as Dabur looking to invest. India growing. Gold, silver, government forgets in quotes. Government forget to cut drawback rates. Gold, silver, government forgets to cut drawback rates. So the jewelry industry has been on a high ever since the union budget slash on import duty on gold and on silver, which is a robust 15% and fell just to 6%, is something that the drawback is telling on the jewelry industry. We'll navigate away from Financial Express in India. It takes us to Gulf Times business. Gulf Times is looking at Qatar. And the first headline: Qatar's banks and financial services sector sees high net earnings in first half. Qatar's banks and financial services sector see high net earnings in first half. So this the sector witnesses stronger earnings growth on an annualized basis during the first half of this year, which is something that is good, and investors are happy and smiling to the bank, literally. Top LNG exporters, US, Australia, and Qatar account for 60.4% of global output in 2023. That's great news, but what's happening in 2024 as it projects? They're talking about how expectations are huge for this year onto 2026. So top 3 LNG export markets in the world, US, Australia, and Qatar, currently represent more than half actually, of global liquefaction capacity. This is according to reports by International Gas Union, and it sounds like something that's on their bragging list. Foreign funds turn bullish as QSE moves along positive trajectory. Foreign funds turn bullish as Qatar Stock Exchange moves along positive trajectory. So the Qatar Stock Exchange yesterday gained mere 3 points despite strong buying interest in insurance, transport, consumer goods, and telecom sector. That's a good one from Gulf Times. As we also move over to one of the favorite places we like to report on, Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is always, of course, on the news, but sometimes we don't have much to celebrate about other people. So when we talk about Bangladesh, we say that with a smile on our face. So Business Post is the publication we're going to segue onto. It reports on India. India believes in prosperous Bangladesh, Verma tells Yunus. So that's a report going to the current Prime Minister. Forex reserves at 20.48 billion. Forex reserves at 20.48 billion. So there are DG appointments in Bangladesh, in the Bangladesh Bank, as such committee submits 4 names to the interim government. Such committee submit 4 names to the interim government. Obayed Ullah made new chairman of Islami Bank. That's good news. New Islamic Bank head. All right. New ins to recoup laundered money. Bangladesh bank governor says this with his full chest. Eastern Insurance's 51 FDRs in risky banks violate law. Eastern Insurance's 51 FDRs in risky banks violates law. All energy procurement should be transparent. All energy procurement should be transparent. Catch that one on page 4 as it starts on the head on the front page. External interest payments surge 162%. That's huge. External interest surge 162%. July to March fiscal year of 2024. All right, we will land right now on Financial Times. Financial Times in the US. AstraZeneca threatens vaccine plans to shift to US after Reeves weighs aid cuts. So aid cuts is affecting them as they threaten, as AstraZeneca threaten to move their plants to the US. Now, Liverpool is in peril. Their plans in peril. Philadelphia offers generous perks, and Labour bid to slash £90 million pledge. £90 million pledge is suffering. They're reporting about Europe. Europe needs Germany to do more for Kiev. Catch that on page 21, an article by Ben Hall. Carbon capture commercial challenge. Carbon captures commercial challenge. That's a big read on page 19. It's something to check out for. Gem discovery. We're talking jewelry. Second largest diamond was found. So this is a report that are given on Africa. So Botswana's president inspects, he's seen here on the front page, inspecting the world's second largest diamond in Gaborone yesterday. So this 2,492 carat stone, this is massive, was discovered by Canada's Lucara diamond in the southern of Africa's nation more than a century after more of these crown jewels have been found. This is something to check out for. Okay, we've come to the tail end of the show today. Once again, thanks for staying tuned in to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm Hans Mba. We bring this to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 a.m. Fresh in the morning, where we'll let you look at the headlines, business headlines that interest you. And remember, it's still early, but we will take the conversation off air as we go on social media. Catch us on YouTube and across board as we continue the conversations. Hashtag SBL. Thank you for staying tuned to us. Stay tuned for the next programming at 8, Early Exchange. Have a lovely morning.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers,
are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues
in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the event together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. My background is I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We're very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been her hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So our legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our paths crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was at St. Grace, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julie a Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters, and they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. They don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with our winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and our coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director of Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator.
Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
A very good morning and thank you for joining us on the news update at this hour. I am Temitope Omole. President Bola Tinubu will officially swear in Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun as the Chief Justice of Nigeria (CJN) today, following the retirement of Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who reached the mandatory retirement age of 70. The swearing-in ceremony will take place at the State House Council chambers. Ariwola's tenure has been marked by significant judicial leadership, concluded with the signing of the new Supreme Court Rules 2024, designed to address modern legal challenges. In a valedictory session held at the Supreme Court, Ariwola said the court rules were updated to reflect advancements in technology and global telecommunications. According to him, many cases currently before the Supreme Court should have been resolved at the appellate level. The outgoing CJN's retirement marks the end of a distinguished
13-year tenure at the Supreme Courts. To improve connectivity and the quality of telecom services nationwide, the federal government, through the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, is set to deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable across the country within the next 6 months. This ambitious project, led by Minister Dr. Bosun Tijani, aims to increase the nation's fiber optic network from 35,000 kilometers to 125,000 kilometers. The project is expected to significantly boost Nigeria's digital ecosystem, increase internet penetration to over 70%, and contribute up to 1.5% to GDP growth per capita over the next 4 years. The project, which is built to kick off between now and February 2025, will be jointly funded by the federal government and the World Bank. The Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani has called for an increase in the number of African students studying in Italy, a move that could heighten existing tensions within the country's ruling coalition. Tajani's party, Forza Italia, supports granting citizenship to foreign minors educated in Italy, a stance opposed by the coalition's hard-right parties. Tajani made these remarks while discussing the Mattei Plan, an Italian development initiative for African countries, likening it to a modern Marshall Plan. His comments come as Italy lagged behind other major EU countries in attracting foreign students, with only 25,000 study permits issued in 2022, compared to significantly higher numbers in France and Germany. And African nations are pushing for a significant increase in their share of global climate financing at the upcoming UN COP meetings. Despite recent progress, Africa currently receives less than 1% of the over $100 billion allocated annually for climate mitigation and adaptation worldwide. With the continent requiring up to $1.3 trillion to combat the growing threats of climate change, leaders are strategizing to present a unified front at the pre-COP29 meeting in Ivory Coast next month. At a recent meeting in Kenya, officials emphasized the need for better access to existing global climate funds, like the Green Climate Fund and the Global Adaptation Fund. Kenya's government, for instance, is exploring innovative green financing options, including sovereign green bonds, to boost its share. However, African leaders warn that limited external funding has forced many countries to divert resources from other critical areas, straining economies already burdened by debts. And in Australia, the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority, APRA, has increased ANZ Group's capital add-on requirement to $750 Australian dollars, citing ongoing issues with the bank's risk management practices. This decision follows previous concerns that led to a $500 million Australian dollars add-on in 2019 due to inadequacies in ANZ's risk governance framework. The heightened requirement reflects the regulator's concerns about recent controversies, including misconduct allegations and suspected misrepresentation in government bond trades. ANZ has been under scrutiny following the suspension of several traders and ongoing investigations into their practices. The APRA's decision underscores persistent regulatory worries about the bank's control mechanisms, risk culture, and overall governance. This development highlights the need for ANZ to address these issues comprehensively to avoid further regulatory challenges. And that's it on the news update on SOUQ News Television this morning. Stay tuned for more programming. I am Temitope Omwole. Good morning.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you for staying tuned to our early exchange this morning on SOUQ News TV. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. And it's time for some people to jet out from wherever they've been working or doing business to go somewhere and relax, just cool off the stress of the week, re-strategize, revitalize for the incoming week. Now, talking about jetting out, you would need something if you are to travel from one country to another, basically, except for some countries where you do not need an international passport to move from one country to another. But if you are to travel from Nigeria, for instance, to the UK, of course, you would need an international passport. Talking about international passport, the new e-passport. Yes. If you are to apply for a Nigerian passport and you want the 32-page international passport with 5-year validity, currently the fee you'll be charged to pay by the Nigerian Immigration Service would be 35,000 naira. And if you are to apply for the 64-page booklets with 10 years validity, you'll be charged 70,000 naira. But hold a bit. That's if you've applied already or you intend to do that before 1st of September, because the federal government has approved an upward review for passport fees. So that means that beginning from September 1, 2024, if you were to apply for the 32-page passport booklet with 5-year validity, you'll be charged 50,000 naira. And if you need the 64 pages booklets, you will be paying 100,000 naira. But this change in fee does not apply abroad. It only applies in Nigeria. And the reason the NIS is given that it is to maintain the standard and integrity of their Nigerian passport. What are the thoughts of Nigerians regarding this? Are there people who are saying, hey, 35,000 naira is a lot of money already, why make it 50,000 naira? Or 70,000 naira is much, why make it 100,000 naira? Well, this morning, a colleague from SOUQ News TV Abuja, Joy Sonye, will be joining in virtually. She's a concerned Nigerian. She's also a traveler. She holds the Nigerian passport, and so she will be commenting on this new development. Hello, Joy. Good morning. Thank you for joining in.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be part of this discussion.
All right, Joy. I need to ask, do you currently have your Nigerian passport, or you've had to apply for a reissue? So let's know if you're free from paying that 50,000 naira or these 100,000 naira new passport fees starting from September 1.
I had to renew my passport as if I knew this was going to happen. So I do have an active passport at the moment. For the next 10 years, I will not have to go pay the 100,000 naira. So I'm excited.
All right, let's look at this situation. Not everyone is lucky enough to have actually applied for their international passport before this new development. Even if, for those of us who already have a passport, even if you'd applied, in the next 5 years, if yours expires, or in the next 10 years, you still need to pay the new fee. So what's your thoughts generally on this upward review in a time where economic situation is biting hard on Nigerians and people complaining the price of goods and services have increased? Now it's got into the fee charged for international passports.
I would say hold on this policy, on this increment, because we are at a time when Nigerians are facing harrowing economic experiences and challenges. And it seems before he came into power, it was clear that some of his critics, and I'm just talking about the president now, some of his critics had been hammering on the fact that he is all about taxes. Now, this isn't new, and all over the world, taxes are ways governments can mop up funds. However, not when you are backing it up with some of the policies he has, which has brought about these attendant economic challenges. I would say it's coming at a very bad time. The noble reason for this, which is ensuring the standard and integrity of the Nigerian passport. Of course, there's nobody who would want our passports to be less, to show less. That is the identity of the nation. However, I would say hold on only for now. You have promised several initiatives and programs that have not seen the light of day. It seems like when it comes to increment, upward reviews of taxes, some just like this, of policies like this, we see it being right. What happened to this, the state of emergency on agriculture? The nano businesses that were supposed to be energized, there were several, and we're not seeing that. So each time a citizen has to interact with government, it seems you have to pay so much. Bear in mind, however, that this does not affect a lot of Nigerians. We're over 200 million. As much as we keep talking about JAPA, how many people do have the opportunity to travel? It does not affect the price of commodities in the market for an average Nigerian, but it affects the perception and trust Nigerians are having for this administration. So yes, that's what I think. I think it's really insensitive at this time where Nigerians are complaining they are hungry, this time where Nigerians are complaining that we do not have employment.
All right, you just touched on a point that it doesn't affect the generality of Nigerians because not everyone can afford the cost of relocating or immigrating from Nigeria. But do you also realize that the international passport serves as a means of identification too? Some holders of the international passport have it because they use it as a means of identification.
Of course, I'm not undermining that fact. However, how many means of identification do Nigerians need? I mean, I have the voters card, I have the BVN, I have the NIN, I have several, one that isn't necessarily harmonized. I listened to the Ministry of Youth come up with yet another initiative, one that will now bring about their words, Nigerian youth together. Now you have to register once again, and you will have some sort of code and all that. That has been what Nigerians are having to face every day. So yes, while it is a means of identification, and if it is that important for the government to have this as a means of identification for their citizens, that's beyond the national identification, why then increase it to make it even more difficult for Nigerians? You know, and this we are getting to at a time when a lot of opportunities are all over the world. I'm not talking about the need to the exodus of our young people, but I'm talking people who have services and products to go showcase all over the world. How are you encouraging that aspect of your economy? We have several young people these days. I had to talk to a young person lately, a cousin of mine actually, who has to travel all the way to the UK because he has to give a talk. And this is somebody who just has to give a talk, he's going to be paid for it. It's inadvertently a way of showcasing Nigeria, a way of selling what we've got. And believe me, girl, we have a lot. We have so much to sell. We have talent that we can exchange with the world. So how are you stifling these activities? And it's at a time when we need more of these economic activities to boost our GDP. If we are talking about foreign direct investment and pushing, it doesn't have to be the president all the time that travels abroad to go attract investment to the country. I think we too have a role to play. And if you make traveling a big deal and not a seamless activity, I don't think that's a good idea. And we are at a very volatile, I mean, I hate to say that, but we are at a time when Nigerians need to be brought together and not to be felt to feel rather that they are constantly being pushed to pay more, constantly being hard on by the president. We need a president who would at this point, bring us together, tell us that it is for your own good, and show that indeed it is for your own good. So yes, when I think about it, I would say please hold on this policy. Don't look insensitive. We need to travel, and if you make business environment attractive for us, I mean Nigerians, you wouldn't be afraid, because if you follow the conversation of social media, you hear a lot of young people say, whether you increase it to ₦1 million, we shall japa. That's not the narrative a president or an administration should be proud to push.
All right, we'll come to the ability of Nigerians to pay the new rate. But let's look at this. So the reason that the NIS is given is that it is to uphold the standard and integrity of the Nigerian passport. If you are paying more for a service rendered or for a product, the expectation of the consumers or customers is that in terms of the quality of that service, it should improve. Delivery time should be part of the quality of that service. What's the duration now for a Nigerian to obtain the Nigerian passport from the time you apply and the time you actually get the passport? How long does it take? Would this new increase reflect in that?
You need to bear in mind that the justification for this increment is not necessarily to upscale or fasten how you get your passport. It's just talking about the integrity and standard of the booklet. And we should expect it. We're not saying that everything has not increased in the market. I'm sure government is also understanding that if it costs them, hypothetically speaking, 5,000 naira to increase your pass to produce a passport before, if you go back there to do that, it will be more. Inflation has affected not just the production of not just agriculture, but the production of everything. So yes, it's expected that we would see increments there. I would say if the government has to subsidize, just so that you don't get to do that at the moment, it should have done that. So we are going to expect, I'm not expecting that with this increment that it will be faster. I really must at this moment, applaud the initiatives that the Minister of Interior had brought into that sector.
All right, you're saying that the increase in the fee charge has nothing to do with fast-tracking the processing of international passport. But my question is this: should it not also impact the time that is needed to process? If the money paid is a reflection of the inflation rate, which means they would need more money to produce one international passport booklet, what about the time that it takes the company to produce it? Are this not factored into the cost? If Nigerians are made to pay 50,000 naira instead of 35,000 naira, 100,000 naira instead of 70,000 naira, depending on the booklet that you're applying for, should it not also be right that they get it on time as well?
Well, that's not what the press release said. It would be ambitious to expect that this would reflect in how fast your passport comes, and they have not promised you this is going to get it faster. However, you must commend the immigration services. It's not as bad as it used to be. It's not at all. Like I said, I got my passport a couple of weeks ago, and it took me about a week to get my passport. And no, I did not do the fast tracking that some people are forced to do, which the minister has made it unattractive. You can do this yourself. You can get the application process started yourself. So while Nigerians would expect that 70,000, we used to pay for a 35,000 naira 64 booklet. You will now say, okay, for fast track, add another 30. This isn't the fast track. This is just to ensure the integrity. I think what the ministry said, the Ministry of Interior, and by extension, the Immigration Service is trying to say is, because of the inflation, we do not want to undermine or reduce the quality of production, and so to maintain what we already maintain, the monies we've been paying is not enough. So that's just it. And Nigerians are expecting that, okay, this is how much I often pay for the passport anyway, but I get it faster. I would like to urge Nigerians that just read as it is. Let's not get rhetorical with this. It is what it is. This is for the integrity of the passport. We do not, the administration does not want to reduce the quality of the passport just so that you can get less quality.
All right, so now the date for the upward review to commence is 1st of September, which is just about a week from now. This is the 23rd of August. What do you foresee happening? A rush? People trying to beat the dates?
You're Nigerian. I mean, if I hadn't gotten my passport at the moment, I would have tried to get it now. And so to some extent, it's a good thing. So what government often does, I mean, we saw it with the NIN and so, is you see a lot of people trying to get this passport right away just to beat the deadline of the 35,000 naira for 64 pages. So yes, I see a rush. I see a rush, and I would also see a lot of people that are going to be disappointed because now the system is overwhelmed, and the Minister of Interior and the Immigration Service had promised that, oh, it's seamless, but they will now have Nigerians to deal with, some who had forgotten they had a passport but want to beat that. Yes, I foresee a rush, but I would also have to say that a lot. I don't see this affecting a lot of Nigerians. That feeling of someday I will get a passport, but why increase it? It's just what's happening now. A lot of Nigerians who probably didn't need it or who probably didn't think they should have it are now saying, but if I want to have it, I should have it seamlessly. And the Nigerian Immigration Service should be very ready for those who would want to beat that. I just hope they are ready. I just hope they will not be overwhelmed by the crowd. It's already bad enough as it is. I remember when the Minister of Interior had promised, and just with that statement, that he had cleared up a backlog of over 60,000, I think, in 2 weeks of passports that were pending. I remember how a lot of Nigerians went all out to just quickly get it. Now that the minister is new, now that he seems to have good intentions for this, let's quickly get it. So that's what we often do with a lot of these policies. Unfortunately, this isn't one that would affect much of Nigerians. I just hope it will not. What I am most concerned about at the moment is that it doesn't affect a lot of people who have legitimate businesses all over the world, legitimate businesses that would reflect somewhat back to the positive image of Nigeria. I hope it doesn't affect that group of people, because it's hard enough as it is. Have you tried? It's not enough to have this visa. The airlines, the travel fare these days is so expensive. So if you include this again, sometimes you're like, you know what, it's not worth it. And it has a ripple effect on our image. If young people cannot go there and sell the country, in the textile industry, in the technological industry, in all facets of life, we have young people doing great things. And it's unfortunate if this will stifle their movement to attract this foreign direct investment that the president and his officials believe only they can do in terms of encouraging or coercing business partners across the world. The onus is on all of us, and make travel easy.
But are you sure this is going to be a kind of hurdle on the parts of those who want to travel abroad? Because if the Nigerian passport from September 1 will cost between 50 to 100,000 naira, depending on the booklet you're applying for, imagine how much it costs for applying for a visa. So averagely, a Nigerian would pay between 50 to, it ranges from 50 to $200 to apply for any visa to any part of the world. 50 US dollars. If you convert that to naira, obviously it's more than 50,000 naira. So if they can pay the visa fee, do you think that it matters with the international passport fee?
It's all about value. It's all about what I'm going out there to get. So yes, I can pay the visa fees if I'm getting value for why I'm traveling. But don't forget again, I'm talking about a certain chunk of Nigerians who inadvertently sell the country in good light, which is somewhat what the president has been trying to do in his own stance. So yes, I can pay the visa fees very effortlessly for that country. If the country is making it that high and I cannot pay, they are lost. Because we are Nigerians, we have talent, we have so much energies to give. So they are lost if for any reason I am unable to travel. And believe me, a lot of people have had to shut down their travel plans because it's just too expensive. I mean, why go all the way when I can do what I can do for my country? But let's not have that opportunity. Let's not give that negative opportunity that will make anybody who has to travel from this country that is that's facing harrowing economic challenges and not to travel is what I'm saying. Yes, you can pay the visa fees if it's worth it. If it's not worth it and you think it's too expensive, you'd let it be. But don't push for that.
All right, but this upward review doesn't affect those in the diaspora and Nigerians who would need to have the international passports. It's the new upward review doesn't concern them. So do you think it's because of the exchange rate that they are not affected?
That would be even more insensitive if you say the exchange rate, because if you are producing passport in certain parts of the country, I used to think it's uniform, but if you are producing it in certain parts of the country where the exchange rate, the government has made the exchange rate so good that you are now giving those ones some sort of leeway, it's even more insensitive to the Nigerians back here. Who made the exchange rate this high? Who has been over the years so dependent on foreign currencies to get us to where we are? Who has been pushing and depending on the foreign enterprises and goods and services to bring us here? The average Nigerian will tell you that I am unable to afford this luxurious taste that our politicians have all of a sudden acquired. So that's even more insensitive. And I don't want us to toe that line and look there. I can understand why exchange rate can affect the production of the passport abroad and not. But I would like to push, because I can be very developmental in my perspective. I want Nigerians to look at it as trying to attract our diaspora people back into the country to do business. I know it's not a very conventional way of looking at it, but yeah, that is what I would say. That Nigeria is trying to, bring them back into the country. Let them come with the expertise that they have acquired over the years to ensure they can contribute to our society. Maybe it's a subtle way of trying to get them back. I would rather look at it like that, because if I look at it as and not making it uniform price for everyone or this upward review, 40% is a lot. I don't think even if you had to increase to be sensitive, it had to be as much as 40%. So yes, I would like to take another look at it or another angle to it.
Very
However,
on
childish and
attracting
naive.
business to Nigeria, bringing our brothers and sisters in the diaspora to invest in Nigeria, and also Nigeria being a destination for foreign direct investment. Now, aside the traveling process, making it easy for investors and even Nigerians in the diaspora to return to Nigeria, to come to Nigeria, what other things do you think should be in place to facilitate this?
I once had a conversation with an expatriate who said it is so tough getting into Nigeria, and that's compared to other African countries. So yes, make it seamless for everyone. No, it doesn't have to be just the Nigerians. Excuse me. So yes, make it seamless for everyone. Ensure that anyone coming in would not have to go through bottlenecks that are absolutely not necessary, as we often find. I've had conversations with people who say, seems like we're pushing one narrative. Oh, please come do business here. Let us be the investment destination for your business. Meanwhile, you're not making the business environment conducive enough for anybody to come do business. And if I'm a businessman, I want to make profit. So make it seamless. Somebody should be able to, I'm not saying make it seamless, then relinquish your need for security vetting, but I think it can go simultaneously. It's not rocket science. So make it seamless for anyone who's coming into the country. And I like to think that is the reason why it is not particularly increased for diasporans or across the world, but just Nigeria.
All right, Joy, we need to take a break. When we return, we're looking at ways the NIS has improved at obtaining the Nigerian passport, which will make traveling for Nigerians easy. Let's talk about that after this break. Stay tuned.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensure.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's early exchange, and we're looking at the upward review for the fees charged for international passports. Broadcast journalist Joy Asunyi has been our guest on the show. She joins in from Abuja. Thank you so much, Joy, for staying with us. Before we went on the break, we're looking at some of the factors that have led to the upward review of the fee charge for international passports. One main reason has been given by the Nigerian Immigration Service, and that is to maintain the standard, the quality and integrity of the international passport. We've also looked at the concerns of Nigerians and how this will impact Nigerians applying for the Nigerian passport. But let's look at what the Nigerian Immigration Service have done so far to improve the process of obtaining an international passport in Nigeria. Prior to this time, the passports were produced outside of Nigeria, but now it's been domesticated. What's your thought in that? Do you think if that had not been done, it would have led to a higher fee charged for the production of passports?
Like we had established earlier, the most important is let's not have papers that, Nigerians would still complain. Imagine for a moment that you go get your passport and the papers are not hard copy, for instance, just because we want to maintain that same price and still have the price, and still get the passport, we would still complain. So I do, like I said, I do understand the need to ensure that the integrity and standard of our passports will not decrease. That goes without saying that everything has increased. It's only natural that the passport would also increase. So yes, I do understand the justification for it. However, I would like to say that if we don't, even if subsidy, the petroleum subsidy had to be removed because of like President has said, the corruption that was shrouded on, we could do something. There are little ways where people can feel governance, feel the dividends of democracy, and this is one of those ways. I know Nigerians will once again show distrust, but we need to always try. Our leaders need to always try to ensure Nigerians feel dividends of democracy. The justification would always be there to have improvement. But at any time, Nigerians have to...
If the NIS could domesticate the production of the Nigerian passport, and that was an MOU signed by the company in charge of producing the Nigerian passport with the Nigeria Security and Printing industry. So if that's agreement, that MOU could be signed, and the NIS could ensure that rather than print Nigerian passports abroad, which if that had continued, and my guess is that would have led to an even higher fee than the 50,000, 100,000 now charge for passport. So if they could do that, what do you think too about the Nigerian currency? Because the minting and printing of that is still done outside of Nigeria, increasing the cost of printing the Naira. What are your thoughts on this? Should the Central Bank of Nigeria take a leaf from that, or do you find it a risky venture?
That's another very dicey topic. I know Nigerians have often criticized government for how much it takes to even mint out this. But I think local content at all times. I think we have indigenous solutions to the problems we have. And I know we are intelligent people and very skilled people. So look locally at all times. There would never come a time I would suggest that we outsource internationally for stuff we can do back home. We have resources to do this. We have the capacity to do this. Maybe even better than anybody. But then again, who sets the standard for this? So let's not get very colonized in our conversation in this. I know how inflation has beaten on every aspect of our lives, and I can understand how it could get attractive to produce or mint these things abroad. But I would always say, let's think local content at all times. Let's look at ways we can get source for resources and get talent back here in the country.
All right, so in that aspect, we say kudos to the NIS for having that MOU come through between Iris Smart Technology Limited, an indigenous company, and the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC. So let's see how far that will go. All right, now to the passport issue. So before now, it took a longer time. We had a lot of middlemen coming in to fast track, which you mentioned earlier, the payment for fast track. I want to ask, is that legal? Does the immigration service have a service like fast tracking your passport application process, so it takes less time than what you would normally get if you don't do that?
Accuse you of living in a bubble, but I don't think it's an official. I don't think it's an official fast tracking process that is ingrained in the Nigerian Immigration Service. I think it is, like we always say, dynamic ways Nigerians within that industry, or rather within the Nigerian Immigration Service, have figured out ways to enrich themselves. Something we always do. Everywhere we find ourselves, we look around for ways we can beat the system. And this is a typical example, this fast tracking process that we often have. However, with the Minister of Interior, Dr. Tunjojo, coming to make the system more transparent by ensuring the online process works. I mean, I was called upon to go capture. I did not believe it. It was very seamless. I was called upon. I got there. But for a couple of people who had to go before me, and it's all over the world, Nigerians must know. It's all over the world. It's not always a seamless activity. So yes, but for a couple of people who had to go before me, I was given a certain time for capturing, and believe it, I was about 15 minutes later than that, I got captured, and a couple of days, about 4 days after I was captured, I got my card. So the minister has done a wonderful work trying to do away with this fast tracking. He has also threatened personnel who indulge in fast tracking. He even opened, I think there's a complaint number. If you go on their site, you can always complain, and it's all about body language. All he had to do was say, don't do this any longer. I've also had, like the journalist in me did not let it go. This seemed to be, this whole seamless process seem to be in places like Abuja, and somebody said Lagos as well, but we should be wary of other states where capturing and passport processes is done. So I would just advise that more is done to ensure that in other parts of the country, there is that stiff policy implementation in such places. I don't think it's part of the immigration service to fast track. However, it has helped a lot of people. I must say there have been cases where your passport has been for so long, They're taking so much time, pending and pending. But a lot of people would say, don't take it completely out. You should maybe infuse it into the system. There are people who would not mind paying a little more, so that, I mean, if you go to the office right now, you can see that if you want to see a senior consultant, you pay more. And if you want to see a regular doctor, you pay a certain amount. So I think it should be infused, because there are individuals who need their passport, who have reasons to get their passport really fast, and those people should be captured. However, it's tough. No personnel right now wants to indulge because it doesn't know who he's talking to, and they're being very careful at the moment.
All right. If personnel normally would not want to indulge because there is higher scrutiny at the moment, let's look at the conditions that could even make them indulge. How easy is it for Nigerians to just go to the NIS portal and apply, make an appointment for capturing or apply for the international passport by themselves, submit every necessary document by themselves, and then go over to the nearest passport office for capturing? Is it a seamless process for Nigerians, or most people will still need the assistance of an official, which creates the room for the middleman thing? What's the experience like?
Okay, now you're bringing me to the fact that Nigeria is semi-literate country, so I can understand how some people may need assistance. However, if you can read and write, it's seamless, and especially if you have your NIN slip, it is completely seamless. You can just go there. But these are individuals who, in spite of this illiteracy we talk about, are active on Facebook, are active on several social media platforms. But when it comes to something that is important, they don't trust themselves enough to do it themselves. But this is where the world has gotten to, and we really must catch up there. It is completely seamless, I must tell you. You just get on the portal, you upload your NIN, and then the passport needs a certain, I think it's IC, I can't remember the acronym for it now, but as long as you go to a professional passport photographer and you tell them you want passport standard, they give you the passport standard, and you take your passport, you upload it online, you get a date to come capture, you get a message to come receive your passport. It's very seamless, and that is why it's difficult for me to say this without applauding and commending the Minister of Interior for just putting this effort down. So yes, it's completely seamless, and Nigerians should find ways to do these things themselves. When they have to leave the country for other, to leave the country, and they are just, they find ways to do it themselves. If you can't read,
all right, thank you so much, Joy Asunye, for your brilliant submissions on the issue. Yes, you've established that, well, Nigerians may be able to afford the new fee charge for international passports, and you've also said that it doesn't affect the generality of Nigerians, though there are many Nigerians applying for the international passport on a daily, because when you pay visits to any office, any passport office, you would find a crowd there. So that means that more people come up every day needing the international passport. Well, we do not sense any uproar about this. If the Immigration Services is to improve the standard or to keep the standard and maintain integrity, then we hope that we get to see that. Thank you for your time with us in Early Exchange, Joy Asunye, from SOUQ News TV, Abuja.
It was wonderful to have this opportunity to also explain and analyze what's going on. So hi, Femi, by the way. It's wonderful, and you're looking beautiful.
Very fine. It's at the moment making breakfast for me because, this is, thank God, it's Friday edition. So we can't both be here while I'm doing the talking. Somebody has to do the cooking. You understand?
Wow. Well done. Well done.
I'm joking, Joe. Many thanks for being here, and warm regards to the other staff at SOUQ News TV Abuja. All right, let's take a break. When we return, we're looking at those in insurance business. Are they licensed? Do they need some licensing? Well, the National Assembly is thinking of what to do regarding those who operate in insurance business without a license. We'll talk about that in a bit. Stay.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. the National Theatre. SOUQ Enlightenment. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you for staying with us in Early Exchange. The conversation progresses. Now looking at the insurance business, as National Assembly in Nigeria is proposing 25 million naira fine for persons unlicensed engaging in insurance business, or a 2-year jail term. It could even be both, depending on the circumstance or what the judgment the person, the individual, or the business gets. Joining the conversation in person, in studio here is Sam Oruji, who is a public affairs analyst. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Blessing. A pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I like that you look Friday-ish.
Thank you.
All right, let's look at this conversation around insurance business. Now, the National Assembly is proposing jail term or a fine of 25 million naira for anyone who is unlicensed transacting insurance business. So it could be 25 million naira fine, it could be jail term, it could even be both, depending on the situation. And for the business that is unlicensed, the fee doubles, the fine doubles rather, it becomes 50 million naira, with principal officers also made to pay 50 million naira in any case that it is found that they are unlicensed and they're transacting illegally. Before we get into the fine for those who would be in this kind of business illegally, let's understand what insurance business entails, what kinds of services they offer.
All right, thank you. Before we talk about insurance in details, from a policy perspective, the insurance business is so critical to safeguarding investments or safeguarding risk, as it were. So where there's an infraction, particularly from the point of view that people do not have license to operate, but they collect premium. And at the end of the day, if anything goes wrong, then those funds cannot be accounted for. So the idea of insurance is to bring people to comfort if they suffer some losses as a result of the risk that the business has taken. So insurance is not to make you get profit, but then to minimize the risk in terms of whatever loss or damage you suffer in the course of your business transaction. So, but then there's a principle in insurance, no premium, no claim. So if you don't pay your premium, then when you get the loss adjuster to come and verify that claim, and there's no evidence that there was a premium paid to safeguard that asset or that risk, there's a likelihood that you will not get a claim from the insurance company. But we're in an environment where a lot of people don't really believe in insurance, maybe from a cultural perspective, that God Almighty will always protect whatever we have. But
it's not my portion.
Yes,
That's sort of thing.
Yes, yes. So the point here is that the law coming into play, in my view, would be the ability to execute that law. But then, in my view, is a welcoming piece of legislation that if it comes through finally, then that will safeguard businesses, particularly those insuring public.
So this proposal of the National Assembly is part of the proposed Nigeria Insurance Industry Reform Bill 2024 that seeks to overhaul the industry. Before the National Assembly is trying to intervene in some practices that may have been noticed in the industry, do you think that there is a need to make this law? What could happen if we have unlicensed practitioners in the industry?
First and foremost, for you to undertake that kind of business, you must be licensed within the regulatory framework that is being supervised by the Commissioner for Insurance at the federal level. So that the mandate of the Commissioner for Insurance is to regulate the practice of insurance brokers, insurance association, insuring companies, and the peripheral operators within. You have what you call actuary, those who do the mathematical calculations of those risks. So they fall within the purview. There are people who are licensed to play in that sector. So you must have a license. Number two, you must have a qualified chartered insurance broker who must be part of management, who understand the nitty-gritty in terms of principle and practice of insurance. So those are some of the fundamental elements that you already have insurance practice in Nigeria. But one of the major impediments to claim in Nigeria is that more often than not, you have quacks in that industry who give you an insurance policy that is not backed with an insurance cover. So when the need for a claim arises and you approach the insurance company in quote, even the motor vehicle, they are over 80% or thereabout, the last research that the Nigerian Insurance Association did, that are not in the books. But if you drive a car, you have a motor vehicle insurance that has one insurance company. But even if for a third-party claim, you cannot even activate it. So the law will bring to bear those who are practitioners from the point of view of brokers, insurance company, and all the ancillary industry that support the insurance practice in Nigeria.
I was coming there, but you got there before me. So let's take a look at the bill. It says a person who transacts any insurance business without being licensed for that purpose under this bill commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of an individual. So the person is liable to 25 million naira or imprisonment for a term of 2 years or both. In the case of a company, the firm or other combination of persons, each principal officer of the company, firm, or other combination of persons responsible to a fine of 50 million naira or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or both. Let's get to the individual. You mentioned brokers. So they are quite common to find. It's quite easy for you to encounter someone who says he is an insurance broker. Now, whether licensed or not, many times you can't tell. You just assume that if they work with an insurance company or if they have their own private firm as brokers, it means that they're licensed. What do you see happening with this bill? It hasn't become an act yet, but they're still looking at the bill.
For me, the bill is worth a while. Number one, as a corporate entity, and you're operating within the industry, and you don't have a license, that means even the company will have been registered. So your particulars are with the CAC in Abuja. So a corporate liability, first and foremost, dealing with the company as an entity. Number two, individual that operates within those businesses if they are not licensed. That means for you to provide an insurance policy, cover a risk to the tunes of millions, and at the end of the day, you are not licensed and people cannot get claim. Therefore, you are equally liable as part of the management who is not licensed, so that at the end of the day, we're able to remove quacks from the industry. On the other hand, for you to even insure your asset or your risk, it's always proper to go through a broker, a licensed broker for that matter, who understudy what the underwriter, that's the insurance person, does. So that when there are certain elements of risk that are not covered, even as a business, you don't understand the throughput of insurance business, then the broker is in a position to advise you in terms of the extension. Extension means maybe you are doing a general insurance, fire, general peril, as it's called, and there are certain elements. For example, there was a bad governance protest, and somebody come in and put a fire on that building. But then if you don't have that extension, because the policy will have isolated anything that is damaged by public outcry cannot be insured. But minimally, you can make an extension to say, even if there's a public disorder and there's a threat to my risk or to my asset, let me be covered to some extent. Therefore, the role of insurance broker, licensing is very critical. And I think this will bring some clarity in terms of insurance practice in Nigeria, where people are afraid to insure even their motor vehicles, because they just believe that you can't make claims from insurance company.
So this fine now is 100-fold increase from what it used to be. It used to be 250,000 naira fine, now being increased to 25 million naira. Is that too much, or is it a deterrent?
No, to serve as a deterrent, mind you, some of the insurance practice law were English received law, the colonial laws that we inherited, and not much of tinkering has been done to some of these laws. And I think the wisdom of the National Assembly to put that amount is in consonant, particularly from the point of view, the advisory that we will have gotten from the National Commissioner for Insurance and the Nigerian Insurance Association, which is an umbrella body of insurance companies that operate within Nigeria. Then if you look at reinsurance, where some insurance companies are not able to carry adequate risk, so they reinsure some of those risks so that when the claims come, they are able to get value in terms of the risk. So if you look at it from that perspective, therefore, I think the fine and the option of jail, if you permit me, I'm not a lawyer, but if you see it from jurisprudence and the principles of treatment of offender and sentencing, I think both of them should go in a way that it can serve as deterrent. And the ones for individuals who are core professionals, their license, their professional practice license will be withdrawn. They serve a jail term and they pay a fine. And if it comes through, then that will help to sanitize the industry. But then the National Commissioner for Insurance must still do a lot of public enlightenment on the importance of insurance to the general public.
Yeah, good. You just pointed that if it comes true, so it's a conditional thing, because we've often said here that it's not that Nigeria doesn't have enough laws or policies. Implementation is the key thing. So this bill is still in the process. If it scales through and becomes an act, what exactly would the Insurance Commission need to do to ensure that it is sanitized? Yes, the law may be there, but if there's nobody enforcing the law, if the people do not know what to look out for, how then can the system be sanitized? For instance, you want to have the service of a broker, and then you maybe see the signpost indicating that this company is an insurance firm, or such a person renders the services of renders insurance services. So how do you know for sure that this person is licensed? Do you need to ask for the license certificate to say, okay, yes, I know that you are a licensed broker? What responsibility now lies with the Insurance Commission?
All right. Number one, fundamentally, as a regulator, what you need to do, those who obtain license from you must be in your database. Therefore, for you to do any business from a legal perspective, a due diligence must be undertaken by whoever is going to do the business. So, for example, I'm going to insure an asset of over 100 million. I will not just walk into any insurance broker or any insurance company, for that matter, that is not licensed. I will do due diligence by, number one, looking at the dashboard of the Nigerian National Insurance Commission and the National Commissioner to find out, first and foremost, whether this insurance company or insurance broker is in good health to do business with. So, and as a regulator, it's your responsibility, as it were, to inform the public. And from time to time, we do a mass education of the public. These are the 100 or 200 insurance companies or insurance broker or any ancillary service, even actuaries that do some of those risk calculations for some of the major insurance company, even the reinsurance company, even the offshore insurance company that they place some of the assets in terms of insurance. You must put them into that pool in your dashboard so that people can make informed decision. Number two, as a regulator, once there's an infraction and once there's a report that SY company is doing a transaction and they don't even have approval in principle from the regulator, immediately you need to shut down that insurance company so that you can minimize the risk that people can put money into an asset. And at the end of the day, when that asset is troubled, then people cannot make claim on that asset.
All right, so the bill stipulates that any entity applying for a license must be incorporated as a limited liability company under the Companies and Allied Matters Act. And this is also to ensure that the business is very legal, is a recognized legal entity. So when this is done, further it says that the business must conduct within best practices and ensures that it conducts its business in soundness to avoid certain risk and financial stability. One of the discouragements to people taking up insurance policy is the aspect of claims payment. So we have some insurance companies that are there, people pay premium, people pay at different times for different covers. But when it's time to pay the claims, it becomes like a very long process. The bureaucracy there is much. What can be done about this? Is there a need for measure, as we see in the banking sector, some form of consolidation?
Well, before I go into the issue of consolidation of some of the insurance company, some consolidation was done about 5 years ago, if my memory serves me right. But what is critical for the insuring public, just like every Nigerian business, everybody is in a hurry to do things. People don't like due diligence. They don't like processes. So you take an insurance policy. There are certain disclaimers on that policy document that is at the back of that policy statement. But like every Nigerian, you will not take time to look at the nitty-gritty of those statements. So you insure an asset or a business or a risk, as it were, and the terms of that insurance, you do not even educate yourself. And I mentioned earlier in our conversation, there's what you call extension to the claim. There are other ones that you may not even carry as a business, then you just put it at the purview of the person without an advisory of a core professional. So first and foremost, the insuring public must understand the principles and practice of insurance. So you go into that business, what are you insuring? What are the extensions? What are the values? What are the loss? There's a limit when you insure an asset that they call loss adjustment. There are certain principles of percentage of what insurance can take, what you can even take at the end of the day. But more often than not, people do not understand that principle. And that's when I talk about education that is critical from the regulator and from the insurance company. Number three, which I mentioned earlier, for you to secure your asset or your risk or your investment, for that matter, you need a professional broker who is an intermediary. Just like in the bank, that's what we call financial intermediation, where somebody is a bridge between the insurance company and the insured, who understand the nitty-gritty, who's able to advise you properly. So if we're able to do those three elements from the regulator, from the Nigeria Insurers Association, and other association that you have one for brokers as well. So shouldn't leave that. You have the Nigerian Brokers Association within the stakeholder in that insurance regime. So they have a responsibility, as it were, to educate the insuring public. Even the member of the association should understand the nitty-gritty of the kind of risk that they can carry, as it were. So if they are going to do a pooling of risk in terms of having one or two, three insurance companies, pulling the risk together. So when there's a claim, they're able to minimize the impact of that claim. But like I mentioned, which is very critical, insurance does not bring you to profit. It only brings you to comfort. And that's one of the misconceptions. Maybe you put a premium of 100 million. At the end of the day, you're expecting maybe 100 million or even 100 million. Insurance does not work that way. It only brings you comfort. So maybe you put 100 million there. You're able to minimize your losses by even paying 80 million. When the loss adjuster, who is an independent person, again, within that ecosystem, who will go to verify the damaged asset and inform the insurance company with a technical report, advising the insurance company, this is a contingent liability that you can cover as an insurance company, and these are the claims you can make. So this general language in the public space that insurance don't pay claim is not true. Insurance pay claim once those claims are authenticated and are based on the policy framework or the policy you were issued, then you get a claim. But this idea that people want to make profits from insurance is not sustainable, and that's not insurance business.
The situation where it seems to be like a lot of gray areas in insurance policies, so you need to check the terms and conditions. You need to have someone interpret to you what the risk covers, what your policy covers, and under certain conditions which they would apply. And that's part of the reasons some people don't want to have anything to do with it or do with some type of insurance. If you look at the health insurance, it seemed like more people want to key into it because it's almost very easy. You don't really need people to interpret to you, aside the fact that your HMO may tell you, oh, this is the extent of your coverage. Maybe what you're paying covers certain kinds of treatment. If you want more, then you pay more. That's quite simple. Unlike some other type of insurance, maybe property insurance, maybe even life insurance, that is quite complex for the policy holder to understand.
I think in principles and in practice, I think it's not the complexity. It has to do with public perception of that particular business, and it has its own origin. Why this perception has been in the public space for a long time. So if you take a little dive back into history of insurance business in Nigeria, you had what we call the briefcase insurance men, who were insurance agents, who were moving from one point to the other. And they collect either motor, which was very, very common insurance, motor insurance, third party, which by law, in addition to the road tax, what they call the vehicle license, people were compelled by law to have this. But when there was a problem, even those who have comprehensive insurance, the agent just gave them a piece of information. Then when they want to make a claim, that claim doesn't come true. So that perception over the years has stuck with the average insurance public, that insurance don't make claim. So it's education, then understanding the various elements. So if you're doing a general insurance practice, for example, life insurance that you talk about is a bit simple, apart from age, which is a major factor when it's life insurance, because at a certain age, then the risk you're able to carry become minimal. So insurance company, once you are age 55 to certain element, there are certain things that they cannot put in your claim. For example, on the event of death, what kind of amount can you put on somebody that is already 60? So those are clear elements. Then for general business, there are technical issues of property. So if you want to insure the studio, for example, you have a lighting system, you have the cameras, you have other elements within the studio. That forms another element of insurance. Then we want to insure the physical building, what you call in insurance principle, house owner, householder. So those are the two elements. So if you don't understand that, you insure one aspect and you don't cover the other risk, and there's fire, but the property, as it were, as an entity, you didn't take cognizance of it, you only take cognizance of your item. So what are the contingent risk that is coming from the fire? So if that thing is not covered, it becomes a problem. So with other insurance, or you bring in a cargo into the system, that's what we call cost rate insurance. So if anything happens at sea, and if it's not covered, then there's a problem. So we need to understand the various elements. You need a technical person to advise you so that you make an informed decision when you want to buy an insurance policy. So when the need for claim arises, then you're able to make claim, and the insurance would pay your claim as at when due.
There's more to talk about regarding insurance business in Nigeria. We'll talk about that after this time.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you for being with us on L Exchange. You can leave a comment at this point to ask a question if you want Samarujo, who is a public affairs analyst, to attend to some of that. What are your concerns regarding insurance business in Nigeria? Let's talk about it, even as the National Assembly is proposing fine and due term for those who are licensed practicing insurance business in Nigeria. What are your thoughts in this? Let's expand the conversation. In recent times, we've seen some insurance companies getting into investment securities. Are they allowed to do that?
Yeah. Even within the licensing regime that you just spoke about, there are two frames of a license that is issued by the National Insurance Commission. One has to do with general business, so you need to have a license for general business. On the other hand, if you want to go into life, you have a life policy. Even if you are a composite insurance company, that means you're doing general and life. You need to have a license for those two. So within the policy framework, yes. So you have investment as part of core elements of insurance that has to do with life. So that investment portfolio you talk about, it could be an educational investment. It could be an investment that has to do with a life. If you're working for S number of years, so you want to place yourself on an insurance policy. So when you retire, you have some investment to take. So from a comparative financial investment management approach, what you get from insurance, as it were, in terms of return, is higher than the money market or the capital market, because insurance, more often than not, is calculated based on annuity over time for those in the area of investment. So even for pension, you can take your pension and put it on insurance investment, so you collect annuity over time, where rather than when you have a program collection principle on retirement. So they have the legal framework to do investment, but these investments are tied to a kinds of insurance investment, either life itself, either providing education or a risk element. For example, if I want to secure the continuity of my children who are in school, maybe, God forbid, as we say in our country, I pass on.
It's not your portion.
Yes, I pass on. So somebody is able to take the education policy, which is contingent to the policy that I've taken. So maybe a school fees is paid for 3 years, 4 years, depending on what you have in that policy. So within investment portfolio, they have what it takes to do investment.
Aside the trust issue, some Nigerians not having trust for the insurance industry, what other factors could be responsible for insurance companies not really taking up the services or buying insurance policies?
Like I mentioned earlier, education is key. The historiography of insurance practice terms of people taking premium for people without remitting them to the insurance company and give them what they call a fake cover. And at the end of the day, people couldn't make a claim. So we need to clear up that element. But for every serious business, there's an insurance. So most of the banks even insure their loan portfolios and all that. So education for the general public. But there are certain elements of insurance that are compulsory. So if you are going to export some item, you must insure. So you are compelled to do that. But from a general perspective, people don't want to walk into an insurance company with a view to securing their asset. Okay? So it's education, but insurance is good. It brings you to a point of comfort, not a point of profit. So more education from the insurance companies, more education from the regulator, more education from the brokers, more education to the actuaries who work to calculate risk for most of the insurance companies. So if there's a collaborative effort with the various associations or with the entire ecosystem or the value chain that you have in insurance, if that education is sustained, I think there'll be more people in the insurance pool. In the last 20 years, if you look at the Nigerian Insurance Association, vis-a-vis the number of people that have done business with insurance and the claims that have been paid out to the public, there's a greater improvement. And the improvement is an involving improvement, not only insurance, even financial services in totality.
What about economic factor? Does it play?
Oh yes, those factors are taken into cognizance where the underwriter, the risk underwriter, which is the insurance company, they take the vagaries of the economic reality and they factor that into making those claims. So that is one of the major elements of the underwriter from the insurance company. Then even the person insuring must factor some of those things. So, and that's why I talked about extension earlier. So even somebody insuring the business of maybe an asset that is worth 100 million today, if you look at the rate of inflation and the cost of fund, you can factor that into those elements and do a kind of forward swap calculation that can take cognizance that even the risk that you're insuring, maybe in 2 years, if there's a need for a claim, then you can absorb additional money that can bring you to comfort.
You know, earlier you mentioned that the National Insurance Commission has a role to play in sanitizing the system. What would technology help in playing this role? How would technology help in playing this role?
Most insurance company has invested massively in technology. Technology is an enabler. So it fast tracks the processes of maybe a policy framework, a claim resolution mechanism. Once you put those factors in an IT interface, then some of these perception in the public space will reduce. So you put an app, for example, who tells you when your insurance is due, where you're supposed to put an additional policy framework in place to safeguard your asset, then technology will drive that process. So therefore, there should be massive investment in technology, and even in terms of education. The insurance company need to do more technology. I do know for sure that in terms of life insurance, some of those operators within the market will not be able to mention specific name so that we don't get a marketing bill. So the point is that app is playing a major role in delivering services. For example, once you impute your age into an application, and maybe you are 55, then whatever risk you are going to carry for life insurance will naturally come down because those imperative has already been imputed into the system. So the artificial intelligence tool will be able to aggregate those information and make an informed decision, which the underwriter will be able to do from time to time.
All All right, as we wrap up the conversation, just the thought of what's going to happen to those who are unlicensed but operating in the insurance industry. What do you think is going to do the mere fact that this bill is being conceded by the National Assembly, where 225 million naira will be charged those who operate in the industry without license instead of the usual 250,000 naira, and then for the firm they will be made to pay a fine of 50 million naira if they are caught to be operating without proper license. That news alone, that information alone, is it going to bring some sanity even before the bill becomes an act?
For those who want to do genuine business, as it were, who know what they want to do, well, that's very critical. So they will want to do due diligence in terms of trying to get license, so they don't have infraction into the regulatory framework. So that's for sure. Number two is a message to those who are counterfeiting or into quackery, as the case may be, that is not business as usual. That if the law catch up with you, even when you have the capacity to pay as a corporate entity 25 million, as individual managers who are the operators within that sector will equally pay a fine and go to jail, then I'm sure a lot of people would not want to be in that trajectory, because there's a stiffer penalty that is coming to play. Therefore, people would think twice before they want to go into that kind of fraudulent practice, as it were.
Many thanks, Sam Marujo, Public Affairs Analyst, for your time on L Exchange this Friday morning. You're looking Friday, you deciding to release you to go enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much.
All right, wrapping up, I need to say that whatever is worth doing is worth doing well. So if you must participate or you must transact an insurance business as a broker, as a firm, then of course get a license so you do not pay 25 million naira, 50 million naira as the case may be, or even back 2-year duty term after paying that fine. For you who wants to be an insurance policy holder or just want to have some business, open your eyes very well. Be sure to do your own due diligence so that the firm you're transacting with, the broker you're transacting with, are licensed. I'm Blessing AHA. Follow us on the social media platforms, News TV, on Facebook, on Instagram, on X. Watch programs from SOUQ News TV on our YouTube channel at SOUQ News TV. Drop a comment. Tell us what you think about it. If you have questions, please feel free to drop them. I'll see you again Monday. Until then, enjoy your weekend. Market Insight comes up at 11 here on SOUQ News TV. Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News. Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad. Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Nigeria. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations.
And likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Nigeria, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story.
Yeah.
Before it became Blackface Nigeria.
Blackface Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were very blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Nigeria to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Nigeria, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Nigeria to my name, because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Nigeria. So it's Blackface Nigeria. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Nigeria. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense, and it became common. So I hope that's not what happened with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so I'm Blackface Nigeria, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Nigeria, you have done this so long. So I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, what we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here, and then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction, that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
No, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
okay. So we had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono with his reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kini big deal, Mini big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or highlife? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. Where they don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Damn. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started taking it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people been involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother
Innocent, one other person. You had your, was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. Like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Teni Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
the media
back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efe Omorogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah,
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been squashed.
When there was we had
that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
that? I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So
really,
the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. You know, it's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from hard life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from ahead of the game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me check my profile, say me better than you, let them got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre in 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why a propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game, because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit will sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 3rd anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 3rd anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio. There's an additional studio.
Right there.
Yet, right there. And Byron and Pat. So Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history, it's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. Made this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, It was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faith sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do today?
They
put it up and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live, and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are, and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed
in
to take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
Yeah, I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat too, I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist, you can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole Hula Balu.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So, I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was...
Tijo?
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment. Correct. If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us if they do me. Abroad, shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and TJ felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming. I hope you know that.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
Ateke couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. Music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba OJ died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screen.
They still use all those old phones, and we were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information, good information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blow my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. No, I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
First thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like me. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life. SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporates donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR African Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
That what being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community. During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself and university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea right the first.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within
agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello there, welcome to Market Insights. I am Lavina Emma. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. The weather is cool, but it's still a very lovely day. So on today's show, we're talking about the use of search engines to optimize your businesses. Now, before I got to understand the benefits of using search engines like Google, for example, I used to think that running a small business was all about hard work, having the greatest products, and also having a beautiful smile. But now with my more education and enlightenment, I have seen that the use of search engines to grow your business, to showcase your business to the world is of utmost importance now. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about a friend of mine. Now, let's just say her name is Jane. Now, Jane owned a little bakery for just a few months. She just started this business after learning about how to bake cakes, bake bread, bake buns, different items she could bake now. And she relied on word of mouth and also loyal customers who were buying these birthday cakes from her. But along the line, she also noticed that every time she went online, anytime her business was searched on using Google, for example, if you're looking for a baker for your birthday cakes, or if you're looking for a baker for to bake things like bread or buns or anything that required baking in large quantities for an event, other bakers had an edge over her because they actually used the use of search engines to grow their business, to ensure that their customers online see their businesses. And guess what? Jane's bakery in all of this was nowhere to be found. If you decide to do an online search of a business, you would never see it on the internet. So it was like having the best cake baker in town, but there was no way she could be found because she was hidden. Her talents were hidden because she wasn't online. Now, she started learning about this thing called SEO, search engine optimization. Now, how do you use this now? I know it sounds complicated at first, but it shows you how to grow your business and how to actually put the keywords online that people who search for you can discover your business now. So Jane had to figure out what the right words were to use to actually ensure that people can find her business online. So by building an excellent website and also creating a blog, that also helps too. It was tough at first, but it eventually paid off. And these days, whenever people search for her business, they put Jane's Bakery on any search engine, her name pops up. Why? Because she puts the best baker for your birthday cakes, for your best and sweetest baked bread, baked buns, baked queen cakes. All of that shows up because she put the right kind of keywords on her website to ensure that people can definitely see her when they search for her on any search engine on the internet. Now, these are the benefits of using search engine optimization to grow your small business. So this morning, my guest, who is also joining me virtually, will discuss the benefits of using search engine optimization to grow your business. So join us after the break.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for watching the program. So today we are discussing small business success, leveraging search engines for business growth. And I have a guest who is joining us virtually, and his name is Dr. Victor Adekunle. He's a blockchain expert and he's an advanced data analytics consultant. So welcome to the program, Dr. Victor Adekunle.
Morning. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you also, and I'm glad to have you on the program. So now, Dr. Victor, now how important is it for small businesses to have a strong online presence in today's digital age?
Right, thank you very much. I think just to give you a little background, we have over 4 billion users on the internet today. of a population of the world of 8 billion people. So firstly, understand that a lot of people use the internet, 4 billion. So putting your business on the internet, for example, having a website would put you at a position where over 4 billion people would access or could access your business. So number one, you can't afford to start a business or to be into business without being online. You have to be on the internet. So again, being on the internet will not solve the problem, will not give you the best, will not help you to optimize the opportunities you have around you. So having a searchable account, having a searchable profile on the internet would also help you. And this is where search engine optimization comes into the picture. Google allows you to register your account freely and just put your business there, put in some information that would make people to search for you and get to see your account, your business, and what you offer on the internet just on a search.
Okay, so for example, we have a lot of people who are starting up new businesses every day. It could be a fashion business, a catering business, a food business. It could be a car rental business, any of these businesses. So now, what would you advise benefits for using to this small time or this first time entrepreneurs? What would you advise them as to the benefits of using search engines to grow their businesses?
Thank you very much. I think I'll give you an example based on the ones you've highlighted. Let's talk about the food business. You see, you can make the best food in the world and you're just right there at the corner of your room or whatever your location is, and people can't find you or can't locate you. They don't even have a feel of what you cook. They can't even see the picture or to know if this is something that is right for them, that is yummy in the look. So firstly, you need to be able to put your profile in a position that people can search for you on the internet. Like on Google, for example, your location is very, very important. And when you try it just right now, people can try, just go on Google and search for food businesses near me. I'm sure many of us have tried that in the past. And they will list just three, the three most important or the three closest food businesses to you, and you see the reviews, you see the location, you see the mobile phone number, and you see pictures and the reviews of people who have visited. That is something that will make your business visible. I tried for many clients at Vividex, and even for my own personal business, putting myself online, I begin to check the analytics. And there's something we call Google Analytics that you can combine with that as well to get the activities of the people visiting your website from a Google search. So it is very, very important. It puts you on the map everywhere in the world and also help you to be searchable or discoverable by people around you in your local environment.
Okay, that's very key. The use of Google Analytics. A lot of first-time business owners need to be aware of this. Like you rightfully mentioned, you said there are over 8 billion internet users right now, and it's important for all these people, if you want to ensure that your business grows, to be able to see your profile, see what you offer, what services you offer on the internet. So now, how can small businesses with limited budgets effectively utilize search engine optimization?
Thank you very much for that. I think the first is the most important part of using, maybe let me say, services as Vividex or any other search engine optimization offers online or services is for you to be able to tailor your adverts to a specific location. While you can go online and try to make Google adverts, it could be very generic or it could just go beyond your location. So the first is based on your budget. You have a tailored advert that is specific to the people around you. Number one, with that, with your little budget, you can get as many as possible people to visit your business. Also, when you have strategies in place, just having a good picture, having your customers engage in reviewing or giving back feedback can also help people attract new people into your business to come and buy from you, to come and access your product or services. So very well for new business owners who are on low budgets, I think it is important that you get educated about how to use search engine, right, to maximize the potential of your business.
Okay. Yeah, but like you said, it's important. It's not everybody that is aware of how to use Google as a search engine to grow your business, to ensure more people can see you and the services you offer. But people are also aware that there are certain keywords that have to be put on your profile for the search engine to be able to pick up your business profile on the internet, and therefore anytime people just key in, okay, I'm looking for a makeup artist, and they decide to search closest makeup artist to my location, it's those who have used these particular keywords now. So could you explain further on the use of these search engines, how to impute the right kind of keywords that can ensure that customers can see these business services whenever they search online?
Oh, good. Okay, fine. Talking about keywords, which is like very, very important because it appears in the description of your business. It gives the right message to the services you offer. So if you're able to use the right keyword, the question is, how do you know the right keywords to use? Go online and you type in the search words for today, even for the business. Sometimes you get to see a list. Most times you see a list of the keywords that have been used to search for your particular business in your category. Now, taking this keyword and inputting them in your own job business description would help you. The first is that it enhances your visibility. It attracts local customers. The second thing is it helps your business to actually gain the required audience, right? So using the right keyword is very important. Again, another thing is, for you being on low budget, you shouldn't take for joke the importance of having your contact properly written. Your business information and reviews are very, very important. Then make sure that you tailor your description to what you offer. Don't make it ambiguous. Don't make it too complex. Let people understand what you're searching for, or what you supply as a service to people. Okay, so using the right keywords would make your business attractive even online, as search is going on every now and then. Like I said earlier, over 4 billion users out of 8 billion people in the world are using the internet. So you need the right search words to be able to put your business in the face of people.
Okay, yes, the right kind of search words. Okay, let's just carry out this little test. So if for example, if a clothing, a boutique owner who has recently come back from the United States with some very nice evening gowns for ladies to wear to attend events now, and business hasn't been moving so fast, and yes, she has advertised on her social media pages, but it's still not growing as fast as she wants. So how can such a business owner grow her business with the use of SEO, with the use of search engine optimization? Like, what kind of keywords should she put in on her business profile on the internet to ensure that her customers can easily see her and the services she offers? So I'm just using a boutique owner as an example.
Good, thank you. I think, firstly, for me to suggest to you right now, would nullify the place of having a search engine in place or doing your analytics. This The mistake most people make is that they just go out of the top of their head to place their advert online and say, I sell bags, shoes, and the likes. I think you start from the search engine, start from the internet to ask, what are people commonly searching for? Do you get it? About clothing, about fashion. So you just go on Google and say the common search word for female attires. You understand? Then that would give you an insight to the right word to use for your advertisement. Again, it's not just about using the words or having the keywords, but the way to place them. It could be, where can I get? So where can I get the best attire from maybe the UK for a lady? Having that in your keyword could be better than buy ladies wear. Do you understand? So this is a comparison between two words that you can put in your description, right? To say, get female wears or where can I get? Most of the time, people go on Google to search for answers to questions. So it's usually like thinking about the humans and the people, how they think, the psychology of searches. You understand that putting a why is better than just throwing the answer out there, because you don't know how people search for things. But like I said again, a tip to everyone listening to me: go in search of the why and how and what. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's very key. The why, the how, and the what. Yes, very, very key. Okay, now how can small business owners measure their success of their SEO efforts?
Good. So we have what we call GMB, okay, which is a Google My Business profile. It's an opportunity Google have provided for business owners to be able to put their business online. So you can register on Google to search for GMB, Google My Business, and this gives you like the insights of the number of times your business appear in searches. All right. So with that, you know how many times you appear in searches, who are the people searching for your business, their location, demography, and all sort of things. Then when you combine this information with Google Analytics, like I mentioned earlier, it even takes your business to the next level because you're able to gain in-depth insight to your customer journey, or let me say user journey, from the search to your website. How many people visited? Then on your website, you can even see their activities. With Google Analytics breaking it down for you, you can see their drop-off point. That is, where did they get to before they drop off your website? Did they engage? Did they finally buy a product? This is what we call, conversion, retention, and the like. So I think combining these tools, GMB and GA, which is Google Analytics, could make your business, blow in a very short time. It is important in the internet age and the data age. You can't joke with your business data. So get yourself online, people.
Hey, thank you for that, Dr. Victor. Okay, now let's talk about the common challenges these small business owners might face now. So, what when trying to improve their search engine rankings, now what common challenges can small time or rather first time business owners encounter?
Well, I think the first is lack of time. Understand that if you're a business owner, you're almost like the everything. You are the social media manager, you are the sales person, you are the marketer, you are all. So most of the time, people don't have enough time to wait patiently to observe what is going on around their business, to examine the data. So it is actually very important for you as a business owner to know how to delegate, to know how to involve people in your business, to know how to make people help you. So the first phase is lack of time. The second thing is inconsistent information. Across social media, you want to have consistent information. Talk of your phone number, your location, the name, the products you sell, and your services. You need to have them consistent everywhere. They call it NAP, which is name, address, and phone. You understand? Then the next one is how do you undo your reviews? The first is you should encourage your buyers to give reviews as soon as they buy your product. So you must perhaps you have incentives, encouragement for them to, because with reviews you can understand how they feel and what they feel around your business. Also, if you're able to target or let me say track your negative reviews, right? You can understand how to also solve this kind of problem. You want to know how to undo the negative reviews smartly. And the next thing is keeping your content fresh. You see, people will build trust with you when you are constantly updating your business profile online on social media. I mean, how do I do business with you if the last time you were online to update your business, to update your pictures is about 3, 4, 5 years ago or 4 months ago? You understand what I'm trying to say about that? So it is important that you keep your profile fresh. So this is one of the things they encounter: outdated profile, outdated pictures, videos, and all.
Okay. Okay, so now how can these small businesses stay ahead of the game? You know, the business world is very competitive. Everybody is always trying to adapt or else they become extinct. So now how can these small businesses stay ahead in this constantly changing search engine algorithms?
All right, thank you. Well, I think the first is to stay informed. If you're using any tool, it is important that you stay around that tool to know the updates. Recently, Google brought out an update around the GMB that I mentioned earlier, which is called attributes. They give you the opportunity to enlist the attributes of your business, the things you offer. Okay, for an adult who is offering a service, you understand, maybe for massage or something like that, you want to tell them that you have a playground for your kids to come in. That would attract them as well. Do you get that? So it is important that you follow the updates to see the opportunities available for you to be able to attract more customers to your business. Another thing is for you to utilize data. I mean, at the moment right now, data is a king, right? Information is key, like we say. But from data, you can actually get insight. So please, as a business owner, either you're small or large, you have to take very seriously your data. You need to be able to find a way to collect data, to have information, and your reviews as well. When you get reviews, they would channel your ideas and your thinking towards what your buyers and your customers are checking for.
Okay, that's thank you very much for that, Dr. Victor. Yes, these are very key points that you have raised here. Okay, now so what advice would you give to these small business owners who are just very new to SEO, to the use of SEO, especially perhaps people who own shops in the market and they are still not getting all the patronage that they need, and they have invested so much into this business? So what advice would you give them in terms of how to use the internet and search engines to get the profits that they need for their business?
Right. I think I have this simple idea that I work with, okay, which is I call it becoming a brand of influence, right? It's from a book that I read, and I've actually applied that to my personal business and personal life. And it's about 5 P's, right? The first is about your pitch. The major thing is for you to be able to get your brand message out to the world. How do they see what you do, and how easily can you actually pass the message? If you have the right market, you have the right message, you should be able to get that message to the right people. The next thing is your profile. You need to have an online profile. You need to have an online image. You need to be searchable. So for you, if you're a local business owner, try to get on the internet, have a social media handle, have be on Google Business, my business. Okay. The next one is about your products. Your products. How do you communicate what you sell, the services you offer to the world? If your profile is, if your product is not getting out there, nobody's coming to buy. The reason why we lack sales is because we are unable to generate enough leads. So get your products out there. And the next one is actually your publishing. What do you publish? What do you publish about your business? Do you have messages constantly going out? Content. This is a content marketing period, right? Where you have a lot of people making it on the internet through content creation. You need to be able to get your product out there through the right content. And the last one, I would say, to a small business owner, very, very important, is something that we should start pushing in Africa, even in Nigeria precisely, for example, partnership. Partnership. This is a part where people don't take serious, or they joke with. You need to partner with bigger businesses or people who offer similar services, who together you can break the bounds, you can enter the rooms. With a partner, you can reach a level you will not get in the next 5 or 10 years. So get a partner, combine and partner with people of like minds, okay, who can take your business from A level to a B level. Thank you.
Okay, that was well said. That was well said. Thank you for that, Dr. Victor Adekunle. Now we're going on a break now. When we return, we're going to discuss the benefits of having a mobile-friendly website for a small business. Do stay tuned.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Thank you for watching the program. Now, I'm still discussing with my guest, Dr. Victor Adekunle, how to leverage the use of search engine optimization to grow your business now. So thank you for joining us, Dr. Victor. Now, what is the importance of having a mobile-friendly website for small businesses in terms of search engine rankings?
All right, very simple. I think I'll go by starting from the number of people that uses mobile phone compared or mobile devices compared to the ones who use a desktop or computers, right? The first is that it is very easy for one to get a mobile phone today. So most people, at least if you count in the list of 10 people, most people will have mobile phones. But if you count the same 10 people, ask them if they have computers or desktops. So the first is that they have a mobile device, and that is the first thing. So you have a large market, or you have a large number of people that uses mobile device. So beyond just you building a website, you need to understand how this website look on the mobile phone. So we have UI UX designers, and this is what they try to do. They try to understand user experiences, right, to be able to build an interface that is actually very reachable for anyone using a mobile phone. So the first is that if the navigation on the website or a mobile website is bad or is difficult on the mobile device, then it makes life difficult for them. And that is what I mentioned earlier about drop-offs. Sometimes this could be the only reason why you are not converting the people or the users or the visitors on your website to your customers. Okay, you might be able to generate leads from the search engine, from Google to your website. What about the easy navigation your website is providing for them? So it is important that you have a website that easily communicates what you sell and gives it room for navigating from the beginning to the end and to the point where they finally buy your product, which is what you're after in the first place anyway.
Okay, that was well said. Okay, thank you for that. Yes. Okay, now let's still talk about the use of still on rankings now. How can small businesses effectively balance the pursuit of short-term keyword rankings with long-term strategy and brand building?
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I think about ranking, the things that really pushes a website or a business up is usually about the reviews. When you check very well, when you search for anything online, you take the number of reviews and you discover that the first three, which is called maybe the three mark packs, right? The mark packs of this SEO, the GMB, and all sort of things, is about the number of reviews and how searchable the keyword is, or the name of your business and what you do. So you see, branding is actually not something you do just once. You have a personal brand and you have a business brand. It's something you build over a period of time. But the first is that you have a genuine product. In fact, if you're trying to build anything, if a product is real and is solving real life problems, it will trend faster and easily. Then you can easily build a brand around that. And when your brand is solid, right, your face on the internet and your social media platform, it helps users to be able to trust. And so what is important is about your expertise. Are you able to communicate your expertise? I call it EECT. How you are EEAT, how you are able to communicate your experience, your expertise, right? And how you are able to truly make them trust your product eventually. Do you understand? So it's about you profiling yourself as an authority. So as a brand, you need your experience to be communicated properly. You need your expertise to be out there. And if you're able to do this over time and you're able to communicate yourself as an authority, then the last is that they begin to trust you. Then easily allow your users or make your users give you reviews. Once you have high reviews, then you begin to rank. Once you have consistent profile names, consistent phone numbers, consistent websites, over the internet on social media, your platform is unique and is consistently being improved, right? You're updating your product, you begin to rank as a brand. And that is very easy. I mean, it is very, very easy. Then you can push in adverts to trend beyond your locality. You can also begin to bring in influencers into your product. That is another thing. Sometimes your brand hasn't gained that space that you need, then you can partner with other people. That was why I mentioned partnership. It is important that you partner with brands that are close to yours, that are doing the same thing, or that can help push your own brand up.
Okay. Okay, yes, I can see that. Yes, these partnerships will definitely help to grow these new businesses when they start initially. Now, given the how do I put this now? Okay, now given the increasing okay, first of all, before we go into that now, how can with the use of SEO, we have a lot of people who are just starting to understand how it's going to help to grow their businesses now. Okay, now how can businesses continuously stay ahead in terms of the competition in the business world? Like, you know, there is not just one person doing a particular business, there are so many people doing this business. So how can businesses stay continuously competitive with the use of SEO in terms of when competing with other big brands in the business world?
Right. I think one straight answer that I'll give for that is to pay attention to the frequent challenges users face. And the second is the frequently asked questions. Number one, your brand is unique and your business is unique, even in the midst of competition. Some people do competitor analysis, right? Which is part of what we do as analytics consultants. We do competitor analytics. But beyond you analyzing your competitor, you need to be able to understand the message your users are communicating to you, the customers are communicating. Now, seek to answer those specific questions. I was listening to Amazon CEO recently, and he was talking about the fact that there was never a time a user said, "You are too fast. You to supply the goods too fast. I need you to reduce the time." Meaning they have been able to understand that something that is constantly a message on the mind and the heart or the mouth of their users is about the speed of delivery. So if you can consistently improve that one thing that you have found that your user consider as problem, you will stand out. Okay, and be able to also understand where to sell your products. If you have the right products, right, you need to find the right market. Another thing is that people come up with businesses and they are struggling in the wrong location. Meaning, no matter how good your business is, you need to actually find your own niche down and focus on what is actually unique about you. Why there are a lot of people offering the same services? Something has to be specific, something has to stand out about your own product. Once you have been able to discover that common pain point from your users, then you can seek to solve that problem continuously and then you stay abreast.
Okay. Okay, now how can yes, like an expert, like you've said, your expert's advice will be needed on this for small time business owners. Now, how can they leverage their social media to enhance their SEO efforts?
Good. As part of the products that, or let me say, offers that Google brought out recently, is about the social media part, where they've given the opportunity for you to combine your social media platforms all together into one place, connecting with your Google my business profile. Right. So with that, once your business is being accessed, you can actually find the same business across different social media platforms. Finding that business and seeing consistency about their product and performance builds this what we call trust, right? So you need to be able to make sure that you connect all your social media platforms together on your Google My Business account, and then you are able to stay updated on each of those profiles. Also, this is a social media age. A lot of people are using social media. I must drop this in to say that if you are here and you're a business owner, get on YouTube. This is one of the things what people don't take seriously. Google owns YouTube, right? And we have 2.7 billion users on YouTube right now. Now, it is very easy that when you search for something on Google, you will find a link that comes for it again with alongside from YouTube. Meaning that if you get yourself on YouTube, your business on YouTube, perhaps you cook, for example, and you're a food selling product, and that's all you are all about. Just do small videos that talks about your products, even showing them how you make your stuff. Give people an opportunity to test your product even before they get to see you eventually. By the time you go into the search and they're able to find you, they see your page, the more they see you, the more you are in their faces, the more they will trust your business and be willing to deal with you, because you stop becoming being a stranger and becoming somebody they can relate to, because they have seen you do it. They can see your pictures, they can see your designs, they can see your products and all sort of things. So get on YouTube, add YouTube to all your social media platforms and connect them into one particular bucket, so that it will be very easy for them to track your progress across and trust your business at the end.
Okay, that was well said. Thank you for that, Dr. Victor. Now, let's talk about the ethical implications of this search engine optimization. Now, now there are certain ethical implications to using SEO. So, how can businesses ensure that they are maintaining a positive online reputation while while optimizing for search engines?
Well, I think it's actually by choice for you to release your information. You see, so many times when you log in into a website or you visit a website for the first time, there usually pop-ups on your screen asking you if you want to accept a yes or a no, and you see cookies and all. I mean, it's okay that you are able to collect your user data, but it is also the choice of the user to actually release your data there. So one thing we do when it comes to data privacy is for you to put in policies already. You set policies in place that make users to know what they are going into, and then you know that there is boundary between what you share and what the information you give them as to what you want to use with their data and what you are going to use with it. So the first thing is to protect yourself and to protect your users is for you to communicate it clearly in policies, right? And make sure you stay within the boundaries of the information. And to be honest, there is a large risk around right now because of the use of AI. A lot of people are divulging their information on the internet. As much as we are trying to come up with different rules and guidelines to as to how to utilize data and how to use data, it is also important to users to also know and understand where they are releasing or putting their information out there on the internet. So as a business owner, it is important that you handle your customer data. Even you also, I work in a firm or in an industry where we talk about risk, right? There are some information that we find it difficult to get. Even when it is accessible, the government in those entities don't allow the use of those data. They don't allow us to collect it. So understanding the law governing your environment and your own kind of business, and also communicating this early to your users as to the policies surrounding how you use their data, would also save you from problems or issues that could come up in future.
Okay, yes. Thank you for this, Dr. Adekunle. Yes, now the use of the internet is very key to grow businesses. So we're going to be talking about how, I just want to ask a few questions now on how, for example, you talked about the use of YouTube, that it's very effective for business owners. For example, if you own a cooking business, you could put videos of what you're doing on YouTube, and it also helps. Now, YouTube also has these sponsored ads that they put. So now how can people generate some form of revenue from having these sponsored ads on their videos also, just to generate revenue from the use of YouTube? And yeah, let's just start with that first of all.
All right, good. So I think I would like to also educate people as per making money on YouTube. See, a lot of people think once you have a lot of followers, you make so much money just by growing your followers. But it's all in categories: entertainment, business, education, and all sort of things make money differently. Meaning that the amount of money YouTube allocates to those things depends on the amount of money they are getting from those kind of products as well, or those kind of categories of businesses on YouTube. So, firstly, making money on YouTube could be in different ways. One of it is about building your followers and the number of click, and also we call, let's say, pay per click and something like that. Yeah, you can make a lot of money from that. But the other part is this, that you don't even need to have 1 million followers on YouTube before you make money. See, just with 1,000 followers, just even 100 of strong and trusted followers who are very loyal to your business, you can make millions without having 1 million of followers. The idea is that when you put yourself out there, it breaks the barrier of strangeness when it comes to people accessing you. Now you can see me on this media. You probably seen my picture somewhere, but you can hear me speak. There's a level of trust that has been built over this conversation. So if you're able to release a series of your videos on YouTube, people can see how smart you are, your expertise, your experience, and they will be willing to deal with you. So it won't be a thing of YouTube paying you for them viewing your profile. It is them coming to you and saying, I want to do business with you. I have an experience of that. My clients have experienced that. On the first day I uploaded a video on YouTube, I had a lot of people reaching out to say, can you partner with us? Can you do this with us? Do you understand that? So beyond the number of clicks, being on YouTube will bring in more subscribers. Again, it will bring in partners. It will bring in trust for you. So again, I'm saying it to people. If you have a business, go on YouTube. Add YouTube to your collection of social media platforms.
Okay. Okay, I can see you're very you really believe in the use of YouTube for business owners. Okay, particularly the small business owners. Now, we're still on profits from the use of search engines. So now how can small businesses accurately measure their return on investments of their SEO efforts, of their search engine optimization efforts, especially when considering factors like brand awareness and customer loyalty?
Very good. So there's something we call UTM. It's some like a form of tag that is attached to your advertisement on YouTube. I said on YouTube, on Google, and any of your let me say social media platforms. So many times you can tell which of your adverts is actually bringing in users. So meaning for every user that visit your website through an advert, okay, there is a tag attached to know where they came from. So with that information, you can tell which of your adverts is actually performing well. And that would make you or help you to be able to adjust. I've done this several times. What I do so many times is to connect my LinkedIn account, check my post and insights from my post and see how people have visited my website from that day, on that particular day where I had a large number of impression or a large amount of let me say visits. Now, with this analytics, you can tell. So this is where Google Analytics come into the picture. You can also add this to your Stripe account where the payments are being made, and you see the user journey to see the number of users that came through your search, to your website, and eventually bought a product. So you're looking at the lead generated from your search, and you're also looking at the conversion and then what profit you're able to get. With that, you can actually compare. You can do a percentage comparison between the amount you have invested in the particular advertisement and the amount of returns it brought to you. This would help you know if it's to channel more advertisement or more funds or budget towards that kind of advertisement or reduce it. You will know the ones that are effective in the form of the advertisements you're making and the ones that are not. Okay, so there's usually a tag that makes it easy for you to identify where or the channels with which your users came from, the funnel that generated those kind of users, the leads, and then the conversion and all sort of things.
Okay. Before we go further, what does UTM mean? You mentioned UTM on Google.
It's actually, I would say it's actually tracking. Like I said, it's the word urchin is following, let me say, putting in something as a tag, right? It's more like a tailored way to track the number of the people, the way or the channel through which people follow to your website. So this is added to, let me say, an advertisement. So it is very easy for you to know that, okay, this particular user came through this particular advert. So definitely with that, you can tell that, okay, I think I've seen where this person came from. He's coming from so platform. It's more like a parameter to actually measure the number of visits per advertisement, right? And if you have that information, you can examine the result and the performance of your adverts.
Thank you for that, Dr. Adekunle. Now, before we round up the program, let's talk about the use of artificial intelligence. It's something that this technology is growing every day, and it's really spreading now. So with the rise of voice search with an artificial intelligence now, how will SEO, that's a search engine optimization, evolve for small businesses?
Well, I think artificial intelligence is a topic that is very interesting, and you can see me smiling when you talk about it. It's something we really don't even know that we are utilizing day in, day out. And it's going to be everything, or let me say a lot of things for many people. talk of the fact that you're speaking on your phone or you're talking, and then you can see your phone responding or recording what you're doing, right? And do you know, a minute later, while scrolling through your gallery, you start to see adverts of what you just discussed with somebody, and you're wondering, how did Google know I just discussed this particular product a few minutes ago? The advantage of you now having your business online is that even when people didn't search, just talking about I need food, I am hungry, I want to buy clothes or something like that, or mentioning a particular product with a specific word, your product can actually come on their phone. Do you get that now? So it is important more than ever before that you have the right keywords in your business description. Again, like I said, your phone is listening, right? It's listening every time, which is where artificial intelligence comes in. And there is something we call it, let me say, classification or segmentation. Very, very important when it comes to you knowing your users and how they came into your platform. See, with artificial intelligence, with machine learning, with analytics, you can actually know and segment them. Okay, and we'll call recommendation system as well. If you use, let's say, Netflix, so many times they recommend movies of your type to you, and you wonder how that is possible, how that is happening. Meaning that on your on your own website, they can bring your website to another person who just bought a product, a similar product. The same thing happens on Amazon. I mean, I'm using those popular websites to say that you can buy a product and they recommend another thing. So again, it's about you just having the right word attached to your products online, to your services, so that with all these tools available, your business will be searchable.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor Adekunle, for joining us on Market Insights as we discuss how to use search engines to optimize your business growth. It's been a pleasure discussing this with you, and I do hope you could join us again right here in our studios to discuss more on the use of the internet to grow your business. Many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much for SOUQ TV for having me. It's a pleasure, and I can't wait to be here again.
Okay, let's take a look at our money rates this morning. That's the foreign exchange, how the dollars, the pound sterling, and the euro is also faring for today, Wednesday, 31st August. So we're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rate. So for the dollar, this is the selling rates for both at the CBN rates and the parallel market rates. So for the dollars, it's 1,528 naira to $1. That's at the CBN rates. For the parallel market rates, it's 1,661 naira to $1. And for the pound sterling, the CBN rate is 1,992 naira to £1 sterling, and the parallel market rate is 2,131 naira to £1 sterling. And for the euro, it's 1,684 naira to €1. That's the CBN rate. The parallel market rate is 1,796 naira to €1. So those are our money market rates this morning. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights as we discuss the use of search engine optimization to grow your business. And like my guest said, Dr. Victor Adekunle, with the right keywords and how to make use of, he emphasized the use of YouTube. It helps effectively when people see you consistently in their faces. Either you're showing off your products, either you're showing how to make your products. They will be interested in patronizing your business. Many thanks for watching the program this morning. I am your host, Lavina Emma. Do stay tuned to the news updates on SOUQ News Television.
And water resources, Tokunbo Lawal, had given an assurance there was a plan for the space and that it would not be left alone. He was quoted as saying that all shanties, dwellers, traders, settlers and abandoned vehicles under Balinde Bridge must vacate the area by Thursday afternoon on February 22, 2024, as enforcement will commence on the early hours of Friday, February 23. But the commissioner has not kept to his words. Mr. Lawal stated that the government was set to sustain a clean and safe environment and that in a couple of months the Lagos State Parks and Gardens Agency, LASPAC, will move in after the deadline to commence work on beautifying and landscaping the Obalende Akpongbo and Ebuteru under bridges. However, this reporter can confirm that commercial activities have returned to the area under the bridge, including joints for smokers and probable nighttime robbers. Settlers have started building structures, while ram traders have converted a portion of the space into a livestock market. Also, the drainage is filled with refuse of all sorts. When I contacted Gaji Tajuddin, the permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, on the telephone, he said that the ministry was gathering funds to begin work there, adding that it was work in progress. Mr. Tajuddin stated that work will begin before the end of September, pointing out that Lagosians should be best assured that the intruders will leave Obalende when the time came. When asked about the drainage, he advised that people should do more advocacy and caution the people throwing dirt into the drainage, pointing out that charity must begin at home. He called for the cooperation of the people in ensuring a clean and healthy environment that will be the pride of every Lagosian. But this is not new. The people at the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, led by Tokunbo Lawal, should do the needful and restore Obalende to its past and save us from this nuisance, this disgrace. Right in the middle of a center of excellence, government must keep to its promise to clean up Obalende. We are waiting. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and beyond.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum.
Hello and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. President Bola Tinubu has sanctioned a 10 billion naira grant to the National Broadcasting Commission to accelerate Nigeria's transition from analog to digital broadcasting. The grant is aimed at advancing the digital switchover project, which seeks to enhance television programming, expand access to TV services nationwide, and optimize spectrum usage for technological advancement. NBC Director General Charles Ebuebu, joined by Nigeria Communications Commission Executive Vice Chairman Dr. Aminu Maida, announced the grant at a press conference in Abuja. Ebuebu emphasized that the funds symbolize President Tinubu's commitment to technological progress and economic growth. The grant will be used for developing diverse TV channels, expanding signal coverage, and supporting content production. This transition is expected to align Nigeria with global standards, improve media competitiveness, and provide underserved communities with access to information, education, and entertainment. The DSO project has been ongoing since 2016, but faced delays due to various challenges. The Minister of State for Police Affairs, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, has emphasized the federal government's commitment to fostering open dialogue between the Ministry of Police Affairs and citizens to enhance security through community policing. Speaking in Abia State during a town hall engagement on strengthening community policing under the Renewed Hope Police agenda, she highlighted the need for direct engagement between the ministry, citizens, and critical policing stakeholders across Nigeria. The town hall aimed to gather suggestions and recommendations to inform policy decisions for effective community policing initiatives. The Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, and other officials reiterated the importance of collaboration between communities and the police to build a safer Nigeria. The event underscored the shift towards a more inclusive and transparent policing approach. The Naira experienced mixed movements in exchange rates yesterday, appreciating to 1,600 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,615 Naira per dollar on Wednesday. In contrast, the Naira depreciated in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM, with the exchange rate falling to 1,586 Naira, 11 kobo per dollar from 1,543 Naira, 84 kobo per dollar, marking a 42 Naira, 27 kobo loss for the Naira. According to data from FMDQ, the volume of dollars traded in NAFEM dropped by 30% from $171 million on Wednesday to $120.2 million yesterday. This decline in trading volume contributed to a narrower margin between the parallel market and the FEM rates, reducing the gap to 13 Naira 89 kobo per dollar, down from 71 Naira 16 kobo per dollar on Wednesday. These fluctuations highlight ongoing volatility in Nigeria's currency markets as the Naira faces challenges in maintaining stability amid varying market dynamics. Owando PLC has fully completed the acquisition of Nigerian Ajib Oil Company after acquiring 100% shares in the oil company. In a statement released on Thursday, Owando disclosed that the signing ceremony was held at the Peninsula Hotel in London. According to the statement, the transaction, which received the approval of all relevant authorities, is in line with any strategy focused on the rationalization of the upstream activities by rebalancing its portfolio and divesting non-strategic assets. However, Eni will continue to be present in the country through investment in deep water projects and Nigeria LNG, while also exploring new opportunities related to the agri-feedstock sector. You do recall that in July 2024, Eni received the go-ahead from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to sell its units in the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company to Owando. Oil prices showed minimal change on Friday, but are set to end the week lower due to concerns over demand and supply disruptions. Brent crude futures increased by 16 cents to $77.38 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose 15 cents to $73.16. Despite the minor gains, both benchmarks have dropped significantly this week, with Brent down about 3% and WTI nearly 5%. The declines followed weaker U.S. employment data, raising fears of a recession affecting demand in the top oil-consuming nation. Additionally, renewed ceasefire talks in Gaza eased supply disruption concerns. Analysts noted that while the recent slump in prices was influenced by economic fears, gradual cooling in the labor market and robust U.S. demand might support future price stability. Workers at the Canadian National Railway will resume their duties on Friday following the Canadian government's intervention to end a major rail stoppage. The Teamster Union confirmed the return to work after the government requested a back-to-work order from the Canadian Industrial Relations Board. Meanwhile, the work stoppage at Canadian Pacific Kansas City will persist pending further decisions by the CIRB. The government has also requested binding arbitration to resolve ongoing disputes and extend current labor agreements until new ones are finalized. The lookouts affecting over 9,000 workers have significantly disrupted rail services, impacting the economy and supply chains. The Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association has praised the government's intervention, while opposition voices criticized the shift from collective bargaining. And that's all our news update at this hour. Do stay tuned for other interesting programs on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out.
and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because We were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the supporters club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the supporters club in America. In 1996, I led the supporters club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the supporters club, support of the supporters club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody, he gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi and Relay Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I mean in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we have Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouze. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem, and I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, the Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training. Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or her own has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Etiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 billion, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions, Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ike that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly, there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. I thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Guaranty Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. And if I had to borrow a particular word I learned very recently, aficionados. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. And of course, in the next 45 minutes, as usual, I'll be bringing you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports, from football to tennis, and of course, rumors making the rounds and sport business. We'll be furnishing you with the stories in the world of sports. It's the weekend and there is a lot to look forward to. I am the top cat, TC Barra. Welcome to the show. And indeed, on set with me is Akata the Attacker, one of the finest that ever walked the surface of the earth. Are you ready to fire?
Yes, glad to be here once again to talk sports. Thank you.
All right, we'll start off by letting you know that in the University of Lagos, in collaboration with the Lagos State University, the 11th Federation of African University Sports will be going down. Now, that particular game's tagged Lagos 2024. We've got the assurance of the school management that they are ready and all has been put down to ensure that the expectations of the participants and, of course, sports lovers will not be cut short. So it's going to run from the 20th to the 29th of September at the University of Lagos. And it's the second time Nigeria will be hosting the FASU Games, 20 years after the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Bauchi hosted the event in 2004. It's a 10-day event. It will feature 17 sports, including athletics, football, basketball, volleyball, handball, badminton, tennis, table tennis and lawn tennis, swimming, taekwondo, judo, karate, cricket, hockey, chess, Scrabble, and boxing. Called demonstration sports. Definitely, we'll be trying to be on ground as that event gets underway to bring you up to speed with what's happening right here on SOUQ Sports. But let me also inform you that Kwara United has unveiled 17 new players. Somebody who has a problem with the number of players unveiled, I think Chooks John Rogers. But then, in preparation of the upcoming 2024-2025 Nigerian Premier Football League season, which from all indications, we're not sure it's going to happen on the 31st of August, clubs are still purchasing, if I had to use that word. Yes, they're buying new players and unveiling them. So an unveiling event took place at the NPFL Club Secretariat in Ilorin, and they have some notable additions to the squad, which includes Ifeanyi Oba, Onye Leso, Suraj, Akani, Akim, and that has brought the total number of squad players in the squad to 35. The club is currently conducting a training camp in Ikene and Yenegua, and they will continue their preparations in Ilorin. 35 players.
Maybe they are copying Chelsea. That's what's happening in England.
Oh, but then can you register 35 in the NPFL? I doubt. I think it's about 30 or so.
Maybe they've changed the rules. We wouldn't know till the season starts.
Well, let's see how that plays out eventually. But Lobby Stars has placed a price tag on Stanley Ogambo. They're open to selling the forward for $50,000, and there has been interest from European clubs. They're standing firm on their valuation of the player who, by all indication, was a key member of the club last season. He scored 6 goals in 36 league appearances. Is that enough, to have that price tag slammed on him? But then, if no suitable offer arises, we hear that Ogunabo might continue to remain with Lobby Stars. They used to be called the Autumn Boys, and that was when Autumn was governor of Lobby State. They've also had an issue not playing at the Apeaku Stadium because of the state of the pitch, the playing area. But then they did churn up some good points last season.
For 50,000, isn't that too small?
$50,000.
I remember in 1999, Bengo Kulonwa left, I think, Julius Berger to Barcelona for $900,000. If close to 30 years later,
what's the standard of football? What is the statistics of this player?
It's the Nigerian league. The strikers don't score a lot of goals.
Okay.
This player could leave to Europe and you see him banging in goals left, right, and center. So I think our players should get more. We should get more value for our players.
Another thing is age. I'm sure you'd agree on that.
I agree.
Okay, so Plateau United have finalized the signing of 11 new players for the upcoming NFL season. Now, the new additions, have come from different clubs, and it's in a bid to bolster or strengthen the team as they intensify preparations for the new season, which, by the way, we have not heard if it's the 31st of August as speculated. Aimba is signing more players. They have also bolstered their squad with the addition of 3 new players: Moses Aduku, Anita Chigozie, and Asibe Nathaniel. The players have joined the team from different clubs, and this is strengthening the squad following the departure of several key players at the end of the previous season. Now, we are not getting these details of these contracts. We're not even sure how much and what period, and that's why, the last time we talked about this, a player can decide to just leave at any point in time, mid-season, halfway, on the verge of resumption, and a better offer comes. The club will even be willing to let him go.
I wanted to say it's intentional because a player can be transferred without the ITC.
Yeah.
And the ITC must be gotten in conjunction with the NFF and the club side. So it's is I won't say it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem because we want the players to stay to the end of the season, but the clubs need money.
Yeah.
The clubs need money, and these players go for hard currency.
Even the club does go for hard currency.
Yes.
Well, yeah. But then what do they do with the money? It's unaccounted for. Most of these clubs still are run by the individual state government. Kudos to Remo, kudos to Vandreza, kudos to all those clubs. I mean, even kudos to Ikorodu City, which is not run by the state government. All those clubs who are able to source funds and keep afloat or remain afloat. I am giving a shout out to them, and I'm hoping that they can continue in that stead, because these clubs still have a way of putting out and yes, the government bureaucracy and all that. Oh, how do they put the money into use, the money that's been generated from sales of the players? I don't know if you want to go into that conversation.
When we meet the management, we ask them.
Okay, if don't be you ask them.
No, I'm not the one.
So then you're aware that the CAF Champions League, preliminary games preliminary round of fixtures are underway. We started last week where we saw Rangers in action. They played team, which is the US Zilimaju Comoros team, and they did win them, yes.
1-0.
A slim margin there. But Ugweze Chinemerem, who is the team captain, wants to do a double over US Zilimaju. So the advantage is the fact that Enugu Rangers are playing, in Nigeria, not on their traditional turf, which is the Cathedral in the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. They'll be playing at the Godswill at Pabio International Stadium in Uyo. The game is happening today at 3 p.m. So the Flying Antelopes won the first leg by a lone goal, a slim margin, but it's enough. And they are going to be playing today. How do you think that game is going to pan out? Advantage, like I mentioned, is
they're still at home.
the two legs are going to be played at home.
I still wonder why that was allowed. Don't they have stadiums in Comoros? I still wonder.
Okay.
Rangers, I expect them to score and win the game today by more than one goal. That's the goal from the game from last week. I was disappointed at the scoreline. I expected they should have won the game by at least 3 goals, because this is the first time I'm hearing the name of this club.
Yeah,
on the continent. Yeah, they are not.
They were able to make it to this stage,
Yeah.
So Remo Stars have also, I think this is about the second time or third time Remo Stars are making it to the Continentals, and they've always had a stumbling block or an impediment in ASFA. Their coach Daniel Ogumodede, we listened to him last week. He has hinted that his team will adopt an attacking approach in the second leg of the CAF Champions League. They are currently in Rabat, Morocco, ahead of the crucial second leg clash, which is coming up on Sunday, the 25th of August at 9 p.m. Now, they secured a crucial 2-1 victory over ASFA in the first leg at Ikena over the weekend, and we're hoping that, they will be able to go over to Morocco, they're already there, and get point. ASFA has just been some...
That is tricky. It's very tricky.
As we might see Rangers surmounting US Zilimaju, but Remo Stars will have to work really hard.
Very, very hard. I'm not really confident about their chances.
Okay.
I saw them training on the floodlights and the crowd. I think they simulated the sound of the crowd. They're trying to prepare. But this is North African sides. They are champions on the continent. They know how to play on the continent better than our club sides. We just have to pray for Remo Stars. Let's go to God on that.
Let's go to God. Anyway, we do have Jeremiah Chigozie Nana standing by. Let's go to him. I will describe as the god of the court when it comes to para badminton, ranking so high in Africa that he is a toast of other African nations, representing Nigeria at the para badminton games at the Olympics in France. He's currently in France. He has been in Germany for a couple of days. He was in Nigeria training so hard right here in Lagos, and then moved over to Germany and met up with the team in France. Jeremiah, a very good afternoon to you. Glad to have you, Jeremiah. Good afternoon. Can you mute your microphone?
Good afternoon.
All right, great to have you connect with me on the show. So, you've been in Germany. For how many days were you in Germany, Jeremiah?
2 weeks.
Okay, you were in Germany for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That you were in Lagos for a couple of weeks or some months as well, training, right?
Yes. For about a month.
I'd like you to just give me what your experience has been so far, training, preparing for the Paralympic Games, leading to this point.
And it has been a great experience because during my training time, I've been prepared, I've been determined, and every training counts, everything I've been dedicated to each training I've been doing so far. Yeah.
So, the Olympics just rounded off, and Nigeria were unable to come back home with any medal. Do you feel some sort of pressure on you at the moment?
Not really, because it's my first Olympic varsity, so if I put too much pressure on myself, I think I won't be able to showcase what I have. So I'm not being pressurized. So, yeah.
So there are various categories in the badminton, the SL2, SL4, and all that, the doubles and all. So what categories would you be competing in?
SL4, singles category,
Okay.
SL4.
So are you going to be having a mixed doubles category as well?
No, just singles.
Okay. So your games are, the Olympics will get underway tomorrow. What days are you looking forward to your own fixtures, or what days are your fixtures? Do you have them coming up immediately, or they're spread out?
My game is starting on the 29th month. That's the month they have starting.
All right, Jeremiah, the Minister of Sports Development, Senator John Owen Ennell, has dangled $15,000, which is about 24 million, to athletes who win gold at the Games. Silver medalists will get a pricely $10,000, which is about 16 million, while bronze medalists will take home $5,000, about 8 million naira. And, again, I would ask, yes, you said you're not under any form of pressure, but does that motivate you to go for gold?
Yes, that definitely.
So what are your expectations from this particular outing? Is there a target you've set for yourself?
Yeah, I'll be playing with the top players in the Olympics, so I'll put my best, and I pray God help me in the game.
Is there anything you want to tell Nigerians back home? I mean, for support and all that, is there anything you want to say? I mean, you can say that now.
Yeah, I just want them to be prayerful and to be supportive in my game, and that's what I need from them, just be prayerful and supportive.
All right, so just before we let you go, I'd like to find out what the atmosphere in the camp is like. Are you comfortable? Do you have your, what do you call them, jerseys? Do you have all of the things that you need to play? Do you have the rackets? Do you have a training space? What's the mood in the camp?
Yes, everything is fine. We have everything. I'm not ready to play. Both my rackets, my canvas, everything have been provided.
How about the food? I mean, Africans love the
Yeah,
food.
I'm cooking with the food actually. Most times they give us African food. Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, thank you so much for joining me. I know you have a lot to do, and I appreciate you finding time to join us live on the program today. We're rooting for you. We're wishing you good luck. We're praying, and we're hoping, you go all the way. So don't look back, don't relent. You got massive support from back home here, all right?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Bye for now. All right, that was Jeremiah Chigozie Nana. He is a Nigerian representative in the para badminton SL4 category. Of course, you remember that Nigerian para athletes won 10 medals at the last games, which was held in Tokyo, Japan 2020. In the Olympics this year, Nigerians did not pick up a medal. That's Jeremiah Chigozie Nana, Abian, representing Nigeria, para badminton category. And of course, Abia also has a lot of other athletes, especially in the weightlifting category, who are also going to be representing the country, in the para badminton. And there you see him putting in the work, trying to train so hard. He's ranked third in Africa, and number one in Africa, I beg your pardon, seventh in the world in his category. And, that's what qualified him for the SL4 category in the Olympics.
You've spoken like a proud Abian.
Oh, yeah.
But it was also glad to hear him say that he's well prepared and all his equipment, everything he needs has been provided for him. We don't need any scandal, just like we had from the Olympics, where athletes were complaining about not having even their bicycles and kits.
Yeah.
So it's great to know, and we wish him all the best.
Well, we're praying and we're rooting and we're hoping that he gets the medal. Let me just say, no pressures, Jeremiah, no pressures, but that you rest assured we'll be the first to celebrate you right here.
Yes.
So we'll move away from badminton to another sporting activities, which is also ping pong. Badminton is back and forth, ping pong you could call it. But here's tennis. Emma Raducanu will face a fellow Grand Slam winner, Sofia Kenin, in the Britain's first US Open appearance for 2 years. Raducanu memorably triumphed at the US Open as a teenage qualifier in 2021 and became the first British woman for 44 years to win a major singles title. Now, a provisional suspension was applied automatically, but as it was challenged, we saw how that one pounded. So the 21-year-old faces a potential tricky task against American Kenin, who won the Australian Open in 2020 and reached the French Open final in the same year. Katie Butler, the British women's number 1 and 31st seed, will start against on yet confirmed qualifier. So Dart Harriet, who faced Chloe Parquet of France. And in the men's draw, Jack Draper faces China's Zhang Zizeng, with Carlos Alcaraz potentially waiting in the third round. Dan Evans, the only other British man to gain direct entry into the main draw, faces 23rd seed Karen Khachanov of Russia. Jan Chinsky reached the main draw for the first time with a hard-fought 6-love, 6-7, 5-7, 7-6, 12-10 win over American Maxime Cressy. However, we saw 3 other Britons, Sonia Carthal, Lily Mizaki, and Billie Harris, losing in the first round of the qualifiers. So the US Open takes place from the 26th of August and will run to the 8th of September. Rest assured, we'll be bringing you up to speed with that right here. We'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll move on to football. Of course, the weekend has a lot more in stock. But before that, I just remembered the Bradley led after storming a hit in the BMW Championship in golf. Keegan Bradley held 1-shot lead after shooting a 6 under 66 during a thunderstorm hit. Now, that was the first round at the BMW Championship. He had finished his round by the time a thunderstorm stopped play for 3 hours at the Castle Pines near Denver. Meanwhile, Japan's Hideki Matsuyama was within 1 shot of Bradley on the final hole when the play was halted, but he failed to take a share of the lead by missing a birdie putt when play eventually resumed. Congratulations, Bradley, who was recently named the United States captain for the 2025 Ryder Cup and scrapped into the 50-strong field with the last available spot in Colorado. Sweden's Alex Noren, Australia's Adam Scott, Canada's Corey Connors, and South Korea's Im Sung-jae formed the 4-strong pack on 4 under, with 2-time major winner Xander Schauffele sat 3 back, while world number 1 Scotty Scheffler struggled with a back problem as he finished 1 under. Rory McIlroy the Great, who was paired with Matsuyama when play stopped, was tied for 10th after 2 under 70. Now we'll take that break, and when we return, we'll be putting you under. It's football coming up right now.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. EPL March Day 2 fixtures will take center stage from Saturday and will go all the way to Sunday. So the English Premier League is back. Of course, the last time we saw a game was on Monday, Leicester against Tottenham Hotspur. One of the biggest Premier League fixtures from this match day this weekend. A lot of pundits believe is the clash between Aston Villa and Arsenal. It's a game involving two top four teams, and aside from that, Aston Villa are believed to be the major reasons why Arsenal failed to win the Premier League title last season. So it feels like they need to get their pound of flesh as they defeated the Gunners home and away. So from the fixtures, let me let you know that it's going to be an early one for Brighton and Hove Albion when they take on Manchester United at 12:30. West Ham United away to Crystal Palace. That's at 3 o'clock. And in the clash, revamped Manchester United and Giants Slayers Brighton. Like I said, two clubs started their EPL campaign this season with a win, which makes it more interesting to see how the second league game of the season would end. The last game of the match day is between Tottenham Hotspur and Brentford on Sunday. Spurs are condemned to win the game after failing to grab a victory in their opening match. So the full fixtures: Fulham, Leicester City, 3 o'clock. Likewise, Crystal Palace, West Ham. At 3 as well is Ipswich away to Manchester City. The newly promoted side faced Manchester in, I think it was Liverpool, beg your pardon. It was Liverpool they played, losing. And then it feels like at Etihad, they might not be able to win, against the noisy neighbours or the citizens, however you want to call them. At 3 as well is Southampton against Nottingham Forest. Tottenham Hotspur take on Everton at 3, and then would settle down with a nice cold something when Aston Villa take on Arsenal. Akata the attacker.
That's going to
You have to breathe in. But it's not a lot. It's not a lot. It feels like it's pretty straightforward. If you had to, look at the fixtures again, it feels like a pretty straightforward score lines. I mean, however you want to look at it, you're sure that Manchester City will beat Ipswich. It feels as though that West Ham would surmount Crystal Palace. Manchester United would do over Brighton and Hove Albion. But then the two fixtures there that might be tricky is Tottenham against Everton and then Aston Villa Arsenal.
Over the last 2 seasons, Brighton have been playing good football.
Yeah.
So it's not yet the Manchester United.
You're not exonerating them.
No. And there's also a London derby, Crystal Palace and West Ham. Is not a straightforward game. I think the only straightforward game is the game between Man City and Ipswich Town.
Why?
That's the only.
So what if they pull a surprise?
From the game they played last week, they played almost like Burnley, the way Burnley played last season. They played good football.
Burnley,
but they didn't
managed
show,
by Vincent Company.
Yes, they didn't show that they have the cutting edge to play at this level.
Yeah.
But for Aston Villa Arsenal, like you've said earlier, home and away, they did the double over Arsenal. And a lot of Arsenal fans believe that Aston Villa denied them the league title last season. The team is stronger. They are in the Champions League. They've bought well. It's not going to be easy for Arsenal. I'm an Arsenal fan, but I just have to say the truth that I won't be surprised if it ends in a draw.
Well, let's see how that plays out. Aston Villa, Arsenal. You could go to the comment section, leave your thoughts and tell us what your predictions are. And maybe, just maybe, if you can correctly predict the score lines before the match day, you might just be getting recharge card for yourself. But then let's move over to the La Liga. Sevilla manager Gasha Pimienta has confirmed that Kelechi and Chidera will be available for selection in their clash against Villarreal today. Both of them joined the team on a free transfer during the summer transfer window, and since their arrival, they have yet to make the official debut for the former UEFA Europa League champions. So in previous match against La Palmas, Ejuke was listed on the bench but did not make an appearance on the field, while Ihanacho was not included in match day. So today we have an early kickoff, or rather the weekend starts off a little bit early for the La Liga with Sevilla against Villarreal at 8:30, and at 6 is going to be Celta Vigo Valencia. Sevilla, Villarreal. I mean, Samuel Chukwueze, it would have been a clash of Nigerians.
Yes. I think there's also a Nigerian-born player in Villarreal, Arnold Danjuma.
Okay,
I think he plays for Holland, Netherlands, but it would be great to see the Nigerian contingent in Sevilla. I want to see this is a league that I feel suits his playing style. So I want to see what he has on offer for us for the league, as he is now in Spain. And also Chidera Ejuke is also suits his playing style. If you say I should pick a team that would win, I still feel that Villarreal is stronger than Sevilla at the moment. Especially when you consider that Villarreal had a tougher game last week and they came out with a point. Sevilla couldn't defeat the newly promoted Las Palmas. So they still have a lot to do, especially in their defense. So I'll give the game to Villarreal.
So about Celta Vigo?
Celta Vigo should also get 3 points against the opponents.
All right, let's take a look at the La Liga fixtures once more. It was on the screen a moment ago. We'll put it back on and take a look at some of the games happening this weekend in the La Liga. Osasuna taking on Mallorca, Barcelona against Athletic Club, and then we have Real Sociedad away to Espanyol. Getafe will play host to Rayo Vallecano. Those are some of the fixtures on Saturday. On Sunday, it's going to be Real Madrid, Real Valladolid, Leganes against La Palmas, Deportivo Alaves against Real Betis, Atletico Madrid against Girona, and then fixtures will continue on Monday. But then let's just leave it at that. So for you, which of these interesting and you would want to follow?
I think the game between Atletico and Girona.
What about Barcelona Athletic Club?
Athletic Club have been a boogie side for a lot of the big teams, but I think with the new coach and the new style of play that Barca are trying to implement, they should be able to do one over Atletico Bilbao. Yes.
Okay, so let's also know what you think in the comment section. We would want this conversation to be very engaging as much as we can. In the Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen's record-breaking title win last season was a breath of fresh air, kind of different from the old order and what we're used to. But despite their struggles last year, they go into the 2024-2025 season.
Struggles?
Well, I mean, poetic license, I got that. So they kick off today with Leverkusen at Borussia Mönchengladbach as favorites once again. The record 33 times champions who had won 11 times in a row before Leverkusen's historic unbeaten league campaign has made some significant changes, including the hiring of Vincent Kompany as their new manager, who didn't do well with Burnley, I might add. Kompany has had the joy of welcoming a few major signings during the summer, and that includes Michael Olise and João Pahina. Interestingly, Pahina was the player Kompany's predecessor, Thomas Tuchel, desperately wanted last season before a proposed deal with Fulham fell through. Now, Pahina has now been signed as the Bavarians' holding midfielder and looks set to be the most dominant player in front of Bayern's backline since Javi Martinez a decade ago. So, taking a look at the fixtures in the Bundesliga, to start off with today, there is a game in the German Bundesliga, and that's Borussia Mönchengladbach by Leverkusen. What do you make out of that one?
I think Bayern Leverkusen would come out tops in the game. They are on a 40-match unbeaten run, despite what you had earlier said. I expect Bayern to return the league back to regular programming, but this is one game I know that Bayern Leverkusen will still win. I believe there's this thing that happened with teams that it happened with Wolfsburg in 2009 when they won the league and they could not follow it up with another. It's very, very difficult. Borussia Dortmund also. So the traditional winner of the league is going to still take back a title this season.
Well, in the Bundesliga, we would see an early kickoff at 2:30 on Saturday as Augsburg take on Werder Bremen. Freiburg are playing host to VfB Stuttgart. Holstein Kiel will go away to Hoffenheim. Mainz against Union Berlin. And then you have RB Leipzig against Bochum. Borussia Dortmund taking on Eintracht Frankfurt. Those are the games in the Bundesliga. From there, let's pitch our tent with the French Ligue 1 because French Ligue 1, of course, is also a very interesting league by every standard. If I had to have the French, So we'll start off with Paris Saint-Germain taking on Montpellier. They had a stunning game last weekend. I think as much as 5 goals, not missing one of the star players, Kylian Mbappe. And they play Montpellier and it feels like it's already done even before the game has started.
I also believe that. I believe the team will now, they left the shackles of the big name players and the team will play freely. And there was also a João Neves who played a very great game last week. I expect PSG to really show, this is the season I expect them to do far greater in the Champions League without the big name players.
Well, let's see how that comes up. But then the Ligue 1 also has some other tasty fixture when Lyon take on Monaco. And then you have Lille against Angers. Saint-Etienne will play host to Le Havre. All of these on Saturday. And from the Ligue 1, we'll take you to the Serie A, the Italian Serie A. What's your favorite team in this Italian Serie A?
I don't. While it was Napoli. But right now, I'll go with Juventus. I'll go with Juventus. No, Inter Milan. I wanted to say Inter Milan.
You feel more like a what do you call it, an EPL guy than I'd describe you as an Italian Serie A follower.
In the in the 90s and early 2000s, when the Italian league was the best in the world, I followed the Italian league very well. But we all love the EPL, the drama, the thrills, the frills. The EPL has been packaged in a way that is very entertaining to even neutrals, even those that don't watch football. So we all.
Well, we'll just tell you that Parma will take on AC Milan, and then Udinese will play host to Lazio. Inter against Lecce. Of course, Monza, Genoa will complete the fixtures in the Serie A on Saturday. We'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll bring you up to speed with what's happening in the transfer market and some sports business right here.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. One, two, three on your marks. Let us go. And yes, we're running to the market because this SOUQ Sports, we're talking business of sports. And of course, sports is business, business is sports. However you want to see it, it is what it is. Welcome back to the show. My name is TC Barra. I am the top card around here. And I do have, for partnership and company, I mean, tag team partner, you can call him that, Akata the Attacker. Hey, it has to sound Nigerian. You can't say Akata the Attacker. No, it doesn't sound good.
Akata the Attacker.
Akata.
It sounds good.
Akata the Attacker.
Yes.
If you put Nigerian.
I'm going to trademark the name so that no other person will take it. Very unique. Very unique. Nice.
Newcastle United defender Kieran Trippier is eager to secure regular playing time and is taking a move away from the club this month. You know, he served as an unused substitute in the recent 1-0 victory over Southampton, and then he is determined to find a starting role elsewhere. I mean, normal thing with footballers. So Everton's fullback Ashley Young is set to miss their upcoming match against Tottenham due to suspension, and Trippier's availability could be a vital addition to the Merseyside.
I think he's at the twilight of his career. He wants to play as many games as possible. But Eddie Howe has said that he just rested him because he came back. He's just coming back from the Euros and he started training just 2 weeks ago. If he's very impatient, or these are days where players are now impatient, when we consider what happened with Sterling also last week, I hope he gets the move he wants so that he can play as many games as possible.
Well, let's see how that pans out for him. But Manchester City have completed the signing of former captain Ike Gundogan from Barcelona on an initial one-year deal with the option of a further 12 months. The German midfielder, who was Pep Guardiola's first signing, you know, in the club in 2016, has spent as much as 7 years. You can call him an old hand or an old leg. That was before joining Barcelona on a free transfer in 2023. 33 years of age, he's won 14 trophies in his first spell at the Etihad and has scored 60 goals. Not 1, not 2, not 10, not 50, 60, but then in as much as 304 appearances. Who does he remind you of? I mean, his playing days in Barcelona.
Reminds me of Deco.
Not Xavi?
Deco. He does not have the passing numbers of Xavi.
Okay.
He's more of a guy that will take the shots instead of passing to the next man. So he does not have that number that Xavi had, but he reminds me of Deco. Yes.
Well, Chelsea, we hear the winger Raheem Sterling has been offered to Aston Villa, but Unai Emery is not sure if the England attacker fits into his plans. That's according to the news making the rounds. And Sterling was kept in the dark about being frozen out of Chelsea, and that's gone on to rule out the move to Saudi Arabia. I'm sure he still wants to remain in the EPL, still has his eyes on the Three Lions.
Sterling is on £325,000 a week. There are very few clubs in England that
can
will pay
afford
that would do that.
Well, Liverpool are set to offer Everton £63 million plus £7 million in add-ons for their England defender Jared Brentwaite. And Southampton are considering an approach for Arsenal and England goalkeeper Aaron Ramsdale. Arsenal are on the brink of finalizing a deal to England forward Eddie Nketiah. We've been hearing this over and over again. But then Leicester City, they say, are closing in on the deal for Crystal Palace's 32-year-old forward from Ghana, Jordan Ayew. Is he not old?
If he can prove himself on the pitch of play, he played well last season for Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
So he can also do that this season.
Two more attacking midfielders are also on the radar for Leicester boss Steve Coopers, as he wishes to get these players before the window closes. Norwich City have emerged as surprise contenders to sign the Brazilian attacking midfielder Reina from Real Madrid, just 22, young in his prime. And Aston Villa have been offered the chance to sign Atletico Madrid and Spain under-23 striker Samu Omorodion after the 20-year-old saw a £34 million move to Chelsea fall through earlier this month. Tottenham and Manchester United are monitoring Barcelona and Denmark defender Andres Christensen. Tottenham are set to allow 19-year-old centre-back Ashley Phillips to join Stoke on loan, and Girona have agreed a deal worth an initial £21.2 million plus add-ons. That's for Watford, Colombia midfielder Yasa Asprilla. Brighton, Real Sociedad, Real Mallorca are battling to sign 35-year-old German defender Mats Hummel. Why? On free transfer.
They're not going to pay a dime on him. So why not have someone experienced in the squad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everton, AC Milan, Bayern Munich, and a number of clubs in Turkey are interested in signing Newcastle's England defender Kieran Trippier. But then the gist is that this guy should just be coming through for Aston Villa, right?
No, Trippier?
Yeah.
I think he wants to go to Everton.
Where do you think he fits in more?
Seen at Everton, because the person at right back in Everton is also old, Ashley Young.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ashley Young. Ashley old.
So, so if he needs minutes, he should go to where he will get minutes. Yeah. Yes.
All right, we'll be wrapping things up from here in a bit, but then let me let you know that Republic of Ireland defender John Egan is training with Burnley after leaving Sheffield United. In sports business, one of the biggest gists making the rounds is that Cristiano Ronaldo has officially launched his own YouTube channel titled You Are Cristiano. I mean, can you do the...
I'm a Messi fan. I'm not doing
Do it now.
I'm a Messi fan. I'm not going to do any show. I'm a Messi fan. No, Messi is my goat.
I'm going to eat goat's meat, don't worry. So, his channel, You Are Cristiano, the channel has achieved an incredible milestone. It has gained over 1 million. I mean, millions, it's hitting millions. And within the first hour of its launch, it gained 1 million subscribers. YouTube had to even give Ronaldo an award. You know, he debuted with 17 new videos. And according to the announcement, he will delve into his greatest passion, which is football, along with other personal interests such as family, wellness, nutrition, preparations, recovery, education, and business. That's that part that I like. So, TF1, the commercial broadcaster in France, has renewed its right to a League One magazine program, and that will be aired on Sunday mornings throughout the season. And German Bundesliga benefited from Dazen's determination to package together top European leagues, securing a renewal on similar terms to its previous deal with Movistar. Broadcasters in Hungary have been invited to bid for La Liga broadcast rights as the Spanish league is looking to secure a new 5-season agreement. That is what we hear. And we'll be wrapping up the show with the return of the king.
Yes.
Israel Adesanya, the last style bender. I mean, what's that his style?
I'm not a fighter. I'm a man of peace.
You're not I'm a man of war. I'm the Dabuski. He's the Bahose. Israel Adesanya. Come on. The Nigerian-born UFC fighter is in Nigeria.
Wow.
Arrived in Lagos with his family. And, of course, that's coming after he had that fight with Duplessis, the South African. And then the question about who is more African. Taking a swipe at Israel. Who has put Africa, Nigeria on the map? He comes in, to a Nigerian sound, and then comes with the Nigerian flag, and he likes to eat Nigerian food. That's the part I like, And then there's that question, a bit racist though. But then I don't want to drag South Africa more than they've dragged them with the boat issue.
They are still recovering from that.
No, let's not drag them. They are brothers in the South.
Yes.
That's how I want it. But then Israel, true and true, is a Nigerian.
No doubt about that.
He's African.
No doubt about that.
I mean, he deserves some accolades. In the word of Charlie, he deserves give him some accolades. Yeah, welcome home, Israel. It's good to have you back home. I hope you get to stop by in Lagos and see us. Yes, I know you passed through. He's in Oshun, I hear now, from the Whispering Bird. But then when you get back to Lagos, how about buy you a wagon? Or, buy something, you know what I'm saying?
Or for her. We look for
My HOP is calling me a buyer. Okay, Amala.
Okay, we'll look for an Amala spot and take him.
Yeah, take him, let him have something. Yeah, Lodja knows the spots now.
Okay.
You know how it is. Okay, so Israel Adesanya is in Nigeria, and despite the fact that he lost to the South African, Duplessis, tapped out about 4 minutes or something to stop his time. It wasn't the kind of experience I'm sure he was looking forward to. He's had some very rough times, and losing the belt and fighting the Duplessis and tapping out. We want to encourage Israel, keep doing what you do. I think you will find the right word.
You win some, you won't lose some.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some. So we just expect that he gets back on track and become the world champion that he has always been. He's still a champion.
Yeah.
He's still a champion in the books of all Nigerians, and we'll be happy to have him here to talk about his experiences so far.
Well, the last style bender, hopefully we'll get to meet up with him and, of course, have a one-on-one. Yes, you know how it is. SOUQ Sports would want to bring you some...
I could learn some skills from him so that we stop bullying him. So that we stop bullying him.
Do I bully you?
Yes, you bully
with my... just can you imagine who can bully
I'm going to learn skills from him. Though.
All right.
Israel, we're waiting for you.
Israel, we are looking forward to having you. Thank you so much, guys, for being with us right here on SOUQ Sports. And, of course, if you want to see Israel Adesanya on the show, why don't you leave your thoughts in the comment section? Tell us how much you would want to, see him. And if you have any questions, I might just be asking him those questions. So go into the comment section, SOUQ News TV, and leave your thoughts right there. Leave those questions, and let's get to have a feel of what you got to say to Israel Adesanya, the last style bender. And that's the wrap on the show, guys. I don't know if you've got something to say as we get into the weekend. Are we seeing the game together? You buying me beer or not?
Yes, we'll see the games, especially the Arsenal and Aston Villa.
Okay,
game.
then.
We're going to see it together. Thank you.
Is that a wrap from you?
Yes. Everybody should just celebrate, kick back, relax, watch the games. If your club win, you celebrate. If they do not win, you also celebrate.
If you bet and they lose,
you cry.
Man, I'm Top Cats, and I did have Akata the Attacker on the show with me. Many thanks to the guys behind the scene. Of course, I'd like to let you know that Kelvin, the noblest of them all, has been fantastic today, coming through like bang, da dang. I appreciate you, man. One love to the guys in the MCR, and of course, Lodja, HOP, we get mouths. Rat-ta-ta-ta for you. Have a great weekend. Bye for now.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ig that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olai Aksheman family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student on PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to 2 commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the 2 commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period of teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Radar Association, during the time of Fan Ndubueze. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Omoiko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawani Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then, and this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th, 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then. And the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court. And she won that case, went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first body of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadriola Yakishimori. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before I went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offspring. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together, let us see what we have, let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that will, as usual, people say no, they are the owner. Well, who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to, they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he's my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and say you want, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot go overnight and say you are, no, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? one of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekonbi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and you are sentenced, you have to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in support that traditional rulers should be ascribed with the constitutional rule.
I fully support. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Nomu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this, is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of shooting us through anymore then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with shooting us through anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show him become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started by working in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. I would like you to do a shout out to our nation. You're the former artist, you introduce yourself, and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Bale of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, Ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the events together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship with the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. So she's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been her hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes our way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. I mean, so it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our paths crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she...
Yes. Eh?
The federal government, through the Rural Electrification Agency, has installed power plants in 6 federal universities as part of efforts to provide reliable power to critical sectors of the society. The institutions include the University of Abuja, University of Maiduguri, Michael Okpara University of Agriculture in Umudike, Federal University Gashua in Yobe, the Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, and the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. In a recent briefing to the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edu, the Managing Director of the agency, Abba Abubakar Aliyu, stated that it had made significant strides in advancing Nigeria's electrification projects. During the briefing, Abba Abubakar Liyu presented a comprehensive overview of the RIA's successful projects, showcasing how electrification is changing the landscape of rural and underserved areas in Nigeria. He highlighted the importance of raising public awareness about the positive impacts of RIA's work, which he described as a cornerstone for empowering communities and stimulating economic progress. Edu emphasized that the continued success of these initiatives would lead to sustained economic development and a brighter future for the nation. In education, the leadership of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, SOUQ, and the federal government are set to convene on Monday to address the demands of university lecturers and avert an imminent strike. The impending meeting follows SOUQ's issuance of a 21-day strike notice to the government, urging President Bola Tinubu's administration to resolve lingering issues impeding the progress of Nigerian universities. SOUQ's national president, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, announced the strike notice during a press conference at the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike, Abia State. In efforts to deter the potential strike, Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, disclosed that government officials will engage with SOUQ leadership on Monday. He affirmed ongoing dialogues with SOUQ's leadership to collectively confront university system concerns, with hopes for a resolution during the forthcoming meeting. And the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has secured a 10 billion naira grant from President Bola Tinubu to expand digital television coverage across Nigeria. Announced by NBC Director General Charles Ebuebu, the funding will enhance the transition from analog to digital broadcasting using satellite technology. Ebuebu, alongside Nigerian Communications Commission NCC Executive Vice Chairman Dr. Aminu Maida, highlighted that this expansion marks the initial phase of a broader initiative to fully digitize broadcasting in Nigeria. The grant supports the development of new channels, satellite leasing, audience measurement tools, and the distribution of digital set-top boxes. The project also includes launching a free TV mobile app and a national call center, with a planned nationwide rollout date to be announced. This initiative aligns with the federal government's commitment to advancing technological and cultural sectors in Nigeria. Still in education, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has received an additional 50 billion naira from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to enhance the student loan program. This transfer follows President Bola Tinubu's directive on August 4, 2024, aimed at bolstering access to education across Nigeria. NEL Fund's Executive Secretary, Dr. Akintunde Sawyer, expressed gratitude for the funds, describing them as a significant step in supporting students from low-income backgrounds. The fund praised President Tinubu for his commitment to education and socio-economic development in Nigeria. The student loan scheme, which is a key initiative of President Tinubu's administration, seeks to provide financial support to students in Nigerian tertiary institutions. The NEL Fund is responsible for managing loan requests, disbursements, and recoveries, ensuring that more Nigerians can access higher education. And in energy, the president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Association of Nigeria, Mr. Festus Osifo, has identified reasons for persistent queues in filling stations across the country. Speaking at the ongoing 2024 Pengassan Energy and Labour Summit, Osifo stated that weak and outdated distribution chains were the reasons for the queues. Osifo also attributed insufficient supply of fuel across the filling stations in the country to bad roads and flooding, leading to scarcity. The Pengassan president called for urgent reforms to address and challenge, while calling on the government to develop and strengthen the country's value chain to ensure a more efficient and reliable distribution system. Osifo noted that without the improvements, the country would continue to face recurring fuel shortages He said other challenges in the sector included the high cost of local production, which is 15% to 20% higher than in other parts of the world. He urged the government to take over the security responsibilities from investors to significantly reduce production costs. And still in the energy sector, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has deducted $262.55 million from its remittances to the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, under the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, RITCS. The deductions made from February to June 2024 are part of NNPCL's efforts to finance road infrastructure projects while offsetting its tax liabilities. NNPCL had made monthly deductions of $52.51 million from joint venture gas and company income tax payments. This scheme allows companies to invest in road infrastructure instead of paying taxes. However, state representatives have expressed concerns, arguing that road construction is a federal responsibility and requesting a refund based on revenue sharing formulas. NNPCL has clarified that these deductions are preliminary estimates with a reconciliation process scheduled for later in the year to determine the final amount due. And moving to food now, Nigeria's cost of living is showing signs of improvement as prices of key staple foods such as garri, potato, tomato have decreased, offering relief to households and potentially paving the way for a Central Bank of Nigeria interest rate cut in September. Monthly food inflation has slowed to 39.53%, marking the first decline in 18 months. The drop in prices of essential food items in providing much-needed relief to cash-strapped Nigerians. The average price of a big basket of tomatoes has fallen by 58% in Lagos, and the price of a small bucket of garri has declined by 42.5%. Additionally, the prices of potatoes have dropped by over 50% as farmers commence harvest. This decrease in food prices is seen as a positive development, with experts emphasizing the need to sustain this trend to improve access to food and nutrients for more Nigerians. However, concerns remain about the long-term sustainability of these price reductions, especially in light of ongoing issues such as insecurity and dollar scarcity that continue to affect food production and prices. We now move on to more stories on the African continent. We start from Ghana, where Pakistan's High Commissioner to Ghana, Farhat Ayesha, has urged the Pakistani community in Ghana to enhance their contributions towards strengthening bilateral relations. In a ceremony at the Pakistan High Commission in Accra, Ayesha praised the diaspora's role in fostering development and reaffirmed the commitment to bolster political, economic, and social ties between the two nations. The event, which included a flag hoisting ceremony and an Azadi festival, highlighted the deepening friendship between Pakistan and Ghana. The festival featured activities such as quizzes, speeches, and art competitions, reflecting the community's dedication to their homeland. Special messages from Pakistan's leaders celebrated the contributions of overseas Pakistanis and emphasized their role in the country's progress. The High Commissioner expressed satisfaction with the growing bilateral relations and encouraged further efforts to solidify the partnership. Still in Africa, the South African rand saw early gains in trading today ahead of an anticipated speech by the U.S. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, which is anticipated to provide insights into the future interest rate trajectory of the U.S. economy. Earlier today, the rand was trading at 17.98 against the dollar, marking a 0.3% increase from its previous close. Investors are eager for Powell's address at the annual meeting of global central bankers in Jackson Hole. Wyoming, with a particular focus on any indications regarding potential U.S. interest rate adjustments commencing in September. While the disclosure of substantial details in Powell's speech is not customary, market analysts anticipate heightened volatility during the address should any new information arise. As highlighted by Andre Celias, a currency strategist, the rand, like other risk-sensitive currencies, is often influenced by global factors such as U.S. monetary policy in the absence of significant domestic drivers. And in health now, the German government is exploring the possibility of donating surplus Mpox vaccine doses, as stated in the Health Ministry report for August. The remaining stock of the Jynneos vaccine has been allocated to the Defense Ministry and the German Army, with approximately 117,000 doses of Jynneos in its possession. The government is weighing options for international aid measures, including donations to African countries in coordination with the European Union. While Germany has not reported any cases of the clade 1 strain of Mpox, the health ministry continues to monitor the situation and believes that existing Mpox vaccines can effectively contain any potential risk. The European Union has emphasized the importance of coordinating vaccine donations to maximize their immediate impacts. We head over now to some news making the headlines in the Middle East when we return from this break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We start the Middle East stories from Nepal, where Nepal has lifted its ban on TikTok less than a year after blocking the Chinese-owned application out of its stated concern for social harmony. Minister for Communication and Information Technology Prithvi Subba announced the decision on Thursday following a cabinet meeting. The move comes after Prime Minister Khadga Prasad Sharma Oli, who was sworn in last month after the collapse of the previous coalition government, issued a directive calling for the equal treatment of all social networking platforms. State-run National News Agency reported it is understood that the decision was made after TikTok, owned by Beijing-based ByteDance, communicated with the Nepalese government in recent weeks to assure it that it would abide by all legal requirements, promote digital safety, and establish a designated channel for content-related requests from authorities. In Japan, core inflation has continued an upward trend in July, reaching 2.7% year-on-year, up from 2.6% in June. This marks the 28th consecutive month above the Bank of Japan's 2% target. However, the core CPI, which excludes fresh food and energy, fell to 1.9%, dipping below the 2% threshold for the first time since September 2022. This declaration in demand-driven price growth could complicate the BOJ's monetary policy decisions. The recent rise in core inflation is partly due to the phase-out of utility bill subsidies, while a strengthening yen and lower import costs are expected to slow future inflation. Through market reactions have been muted, continued economic stability will be crucial for future policy decisions. Singapore's core inflation eased to 2.5% in July, the lowest increase in over 2 years, compared to 2.9% in June. This moderation, falling below the 2.9 forecast, offers the central bank potential leeway for policy adjustments. The core inflation index excludes private road transport and accommodation costs and was last at this level in February 2022. The easing of core inflation suggests it may stabilize around 2% by 2025 if current economic conditions persist. The Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, has maintained a tightening policy since October 2022. With current inflation trends and strong second quarter growth, a policy shift could be considered in the upcoming meetings, possibly as early as October or January, depending on future economic developments. And in economic matters, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with President Vladimir Zelensky in Kyiv weeks after facing criticism for embracing Russian President Vladimir Putin during talks in July, amidst a significant missile strike on Ukraine. The visit is crucial for Ukraine as it seeks to build diplomatic relationships globally and secure a fair resolution to end the conflict with Russia. India, traditionally aligned with Moscow, has publicly expressed concerns over the war while strengthening economic ties with Russia. This meeting holds importance in the current volatile fighting situation, with Ukrainian forces still in Russia's western Kursk region and Russian troops making slow advances in Ukraine's east. The visit is viewed as India's effort to show its non-alignment with Russia and Kyiv's initiative to normalize relations after Modi's Moscow trip. India's silver imports set to double in 2024. It is expected to double this year, driven by increased demand from solar panel and electronic manufacturers, as well as growing investor interest in the metal. The surge in industrial demand and investment interest could raise this year's silver purchases to between 6,500 and 7,000 tons, in contrast to 3,625 tons imported in the previous year. The country's first-half silver imports in 2024 already jumped to 4,554 tons from 560 tons a year earlier, reflecting a significant increase. The reduction of import duties on silver in July from 15% to 6% has made silver more accessible and attractive to investors and consumers. Furthermore, local silver futures have hit record highs with nearly a 14% increase in prices so far in 2024, surpassing the 13% rise in gold prices. This robust demand and positive price performance could further boost global silver prices, which are currently at their highest levels in over a decade. Now to some more stories from other parts of the world in a moment. We start from finance, where global investors displayed confidence in the markets by pouring money into equity funds in the week ending August 21, driven by expectations of a Federal Reserve rate cut in September. According to LSEG data, investors made their largest weekly net purchase since July 17, with $15.73 billion flowing into global equity funds. The surge in expectations of federal rate cuts following recent meeting minutes has bolstered investor sentiment. Despite earlier concerns sparked by disappointing jobs reports, strong U.S. retail sales data and positive consumer sentiment numbers have contributed to a robust economic outlook. Investors also showed interest in bond funds, allocating approximately $11.29 billion on a net basis, with significant inflows into corporate and government bond funds. Additionally, there was a notable surge in demand for gold and other precious metal funds, receiving $1.5 billion in inflows, as well as renewed interest in energy funds. And in mining, Argentina's new incentive regime for mining has sparked the interest of major players, including BHP, signaling a potential revival of the country's copper mining industry. BHP's recent investment in partnership with Canada's Lundin Mining has reignited hopes and set the stage for better valuations and access to financing for other copper projects in the region. The incentive regime for large investments, RIGI, promises tax breaks and access to international dispute courts, aiming to mitigate risk and attract foreign investments. This development follows President Javier Milei's efforts to revitalize the economy. Despite facing challenges such as high inflation, contracting GDP, and worsening poverty, while Milei's reforms have bolstered mining prospects in Argentina, analysts caution against relying solely on incentives, citing potential political changes and the complex macroeconomic environment. Nevertheless, the influx of major investments and the potential to become a significant copper producer globally offer promising prospects for the future of Argentina's mining industry. And to election matters, we head to the U.S., where the Vice President Kamala Harris has officially accepted the Democratic Party's presidential nomination at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Harris pledged to unite the country and push for significant economic reforms if elected. As the first woman of color nominated by a major party, she emphasized her commitment to serving all Americans regardless of background. Harris highlighted the importance of addressing key issues such as housing shortages and economic inequality. She proposed creating an opportunity economy that benefits all citizens. Additionally, Harris expressed her intent to restore reproductive rights and implement bipartisan border security measures. Amid the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict, Harris reaffirmed her dedication to achieving a ceasefire and supporting Israel's right to self-defense while acknowledging the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Harris's nomination comes as President Joe Biden steps aside, setting the stage for a historic election that could see Harris become the first female U.S. president. SpaceX is set to take on one of its riskiest missions yet as it prepares for the first ever private spacewalk next week. The mission, named Polaris Dawn, will see a billionaire entrepreneur, a retired military fighter pilot, and 2 SpaceX employees launch aboard a modified Crew Dragon craft and undertake a 20-minute spacewalk 434 miles into space. This unprecedented endeavor will test trailblazing equipment, including slim spacesuits and a cabin with no airlock. Unlike previous spacewalk attempts by government astronauts at the International Space Station, SpaceX's mission will swing in an oval-shaped orbit, reaching the farthest distance from Earth since the end of the Apollo moon program in 1972. The technological advancements and extensive testing from this mission could pave the way for future exploration on the moon and Mars. NNMDA Covenant University is partnered for capacity building as the Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency and Covenant University join forces to strengthen capacity and promote indigenous medicine in the country. A memorandum of understanding MOU was signed at the NMDA headquarters in Lagos, marking a significant step in this partnership. NNMDA Director General Professor Martins Emeje highlighted the agency's existing collaborations and the need for more to address key health challenges through natural medicine. Covenant University's Vice Chancellor, Professor Abiodun Adebayo, expressed enthusiasm for the partnership, emphasizing its potential to transform research, create jobs, and boost the economy. The NNMDA, a leader in natural medicine research and development, has made notable achievements, including developing treatment for sickle cell disease, prostate cancer, and snake bites.
As you know that there's this saying that health is wealth, and that we have the indigenous product, the indigenous medicinal plants here that have not been tapped over the years. And it's high time that we begin to pay attention to it, because this collaboration will also help to foster new discoveries, to foster creativity, to foster innovation. It will also help to build capacity, particularly in the area of medicinal plant research that we are all faced with. And don't know. And China today is one of the leading Asian countries in that has combined complementary and alternative medicine. And Nigeria will need to also follow suit. In fact, the revenue that can be generated if we fully tap into the plants that we have, the healthy plants we have in Nigeria today, can as well run the entire government, the entire nation, the entire budget of the country annually. So there is huge investment that we can get from here. And I want to just also recommend that we may begin to adopt some of those models that are working globally. And one of such is that we need to pay attention to our agencies. We need to pay attention to institutes.
Our agency is about renewing the hope of people. Because as you know, what all the work we do here is about telling our people that we must respect our own culture, we must harness our own indigenous resources, which we have in abundance. Yet we render ourselves slaves to importation of health commodities. Okay, so as you heard from the VC of the most of the best investor in Nigeria, you heard what he said. He went around this agency and he couldn't believe himself. In fact, you heard him when he said that that immediately we are going to kickstart some work because he saw one of the facilities that we use here that is not available anywhere in this country. And if it's not available anywhere in this country, it's not available anywhere in Africa. So we don't talk here, and I'm happy that he also said it. He said he knows that we do what we say. Yesterday I was also privileged to speak with the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives. And they were all excited, and they commended us, and they asked me that I should immediately submit a one-page proposal on how government can assist this agency. They frowned at anybody who wants to say anything bad about natural medicine because they were happy with what they heard, and I gave them results of what we do. I gave them samples of the products that we have. And as I'm talking to you right now, we have at least 27 products ready to go into the industry.
A tour of the NNMDA's facilities showcased its commitment to digitalization and training future natural medicine experts through a 2-year national diploma program. The partnership aims to enhance NNMDA's capabilities through capacity building, research collaboration, and student exchange programs. Professor Emeje emphasized the potential of indigenous medicine to improve health and the nation's economy, calling for government and private sector supports. And that's our bulletin on the news hour for this hour. Stay tuned for more programming on SOUQ News Television. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms for updates and inquiries. Thank you for watching. I am Temitope Omole. Have a good afternoon.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, He is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebode, Ogun State, Ikimba 1 of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. And got somewhere, not there, right? So in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university chancellors, SOUQ classes, and direct report. Since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and contribute computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hit into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives the opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. That tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title, and having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, you know, it's proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas Zynox was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga. But by and large, it's proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, the brand essence and the equity of Zynox.
Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is SOUQ Pulse, and you know already, this is SOUQ News. Here we are all about positive programming. But when time comes, we talk. Like we always tell you, don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter where it is, where it's happening, what is happening, who is happening to, who is involved, who is not involved, to what extent businesses are doing well, be it loans, be it agriculture, be it policies, be it development, be it infrastructure. We ask, we talk, we ask again, we talk, and we never stop asking, and we never stop talking. This is the home of talk, because when we talk, we seek solutions, and in those solutions, answers that will provide businesses that will cure those particular problems are there in the businesses, are the profit. It's always a race. Let's not get that ever off our minds. We must bring products to the market, not always as consumers, not always as buyers. And in this particular statement, I'm referring to you, me, Africans. That is who we are. And we must get up and get counted. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we'll be going somewhere that has to deal and touch a whole lot of things happening in Nigeria and neighboring countries. Because this particular issue is one that is biting hard. And unfortunately, when it hits, it affects our neighbors, no matter how far they are. They depend on us on this. We also depend on them on a whole other level, on other issues. but this is affecting every one of us. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. When we return, I will get to tell you where we are heading to, because you are feeling it as I speak. And we'll get personal. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. Now, today it is me. When you hear me say me, I mean it is me and my thoughts. Questions I really need answers to. Questions you also need answers to. Thoughts that are likely going to keep me awake all night. So I verbalize it. I put words to them and will ask those questions today. So you will not see a guest. But one thing for sure, you will see yourself in every question mark that come at the end of every sentence or a phrase. Because we will ask these questions. Are we going to look for answers? Yes, we've asked it. And we will look out for it and make sure our questions count. Where are we going to today? We are asking ourselves this first premise, which happens to be our topic. And that is where every other thing will stem from. Why do we have fuel queues again? I'll repeat it again. Now, for those within the borders of Nigeria, why do you have fuel queues? Again, for our neighbors, majorly those towards the north, Niger, Benin, some other parts of Cameroon, they depend a lot on Nigeria for their PMS, for their diesel. Now, over time, there has been a relationship. How that works out, it depends on how close you are to whoever is marketing, who's distributing. But it has worked out for every of these good neighbors of ours. Then we had issues. Now we have issues again. So this is where this starts. Me, you asking these questions. Why are there fuel queues? If you go around the major cities of Nigeria, starting from Lagos to Abuja, Port Harcourt to Benin, Haura Namoda all the way to Owerri, Aba all the way to Ondo, what you get to see a lot are black markets. Now, when I say black markets for petroleum products, you see people selling fuel in kegs. Is this the way forward? Now people must survive. You will say, yes. Have we thought about the risk to their lives, to their loved ones, to people's properties? Because most people selling in those kegs are majorly, they don't look like people that will own houses. So they are renting. And later part of the day, these things will be stored in people's houses. How safe is it? From the person that owns the house to the person that took it there in the first place. Why are there queues? Now, these are things that are stemming because there are queues in the first place. Do I have answers to that? That is what I'm asking. Why do we have these queues? We want and must get productive. That is the basics of us being a people. You work, you put food on the table. You feed yourself, you feed a family. You get productive, you're able to employ the next person. You grow a business, you scale it up. Then you can be able to influence your immediate community. Then you can be able to influence your state, your nation. Then you can export. Then it counts. Now, to what extent are these queues costing our productivity? This is the questions I want every one of us to start asking. We are getting productive. We must get productive. Now, to what extent are these queues, fuel queues, costing our productivity? I ask you this. Let's start from the basics. For you that will watch later, for you that is watching now, for you that is going to be part of this conversation at a later time. Be it when you leave and it's ringing in your head. How is commute to work? How has it been? It's you It's me. You paying off the salary you're being paid. You paying off the business, no matter how big or how small. How has the commute to work been with these skills that have surfaced again? Then for you that has scaled up your business to a particular place, or you that is a farmer, or you that is in production, or you that is making sure that your company gets the product to work on, how has transporting goods and product affected productivity? These are areas we all need to look at and not just let it fly over our heads. The everyday paid laborers, how have they fared? Now, a lot of times when we talk about what's happening in the economy, we forget that somebody needs to wake up in the morning and what he feeds himself or his family with is what he works off that day. You can call it living from hand to mouth. That's left for you. But people in this category, how have they fared? Can they be able to get up and get to those particular businesses? Those places where they put their energy down for a day's wage. How have they fared? These are considerations and things we must think about. These are questions we must ask before we escalate it. It's a day of questions. Is me verbalizing my thoughts? Is me expecting you to also do the same? We need to be responsive to issues like this and take responsibility and own it. It's our problem. We can't run away from it. This is where we are. If we refuse to own our problem, then how are we going to seek solutions? Let's ask ourselves again, what is the role of NMPCL in all this? Yes, you heard me right. What is the role of NMPCL in all of this? Over the years, we've had a corporation and they have been mandated and charged to oversee this sector. Now, we can give excuses from now to tomorrow. We can write white papers from now till tomorrow. We still have to ask this question. Is NMPCL still the sole authority in charge of licensing and procurement of refined product into Nigeria? Who exactly is responsible for making sure that products are imported? Who exactly is responsible for giving out licenses for whoever, whatever corporation, whatever company ends up bringing product, refined petroleum product into Nigeria? If we can answer that question, then that takes us to the next one. Does NMPCL have an overlord function on local refineries? Now we've looked at, okay, who is bringing in? Okay, what about those refining here? If your answer, depending on your yes or no, whatever it is, let's ask ourselves the next question. Have they delivered on this mandate? When you send a child to school or acquire a skill, you expect the child to get back. If it's a skill, the child should be able to have a knowledgeable working practice of that skill. If it's school, the child should be able to come back with a result. It doesn't matter the grade the result is in, but the child should be able to come back. Okay, I spent 3 years, I spent 4 years, and I graduated learning this. This is my result. This is what I have resolved to also go ahead and do this result. Now, NMPC has been there all this while. If we say those are their mandates, have they delivered on it? Now, do we see their activities as a paid service to the nation? And also, do they also see their activities as a paid service to a nation? And when we say a nation, to Nigeria, is all questions. Questions we have to sit and seek answers to. Then if all this have really been answered by you, if all this have really been asked by you, let's also ask a question. If we expect businesses to do well, if you say my business will do well, if you did not open a business to run a loss, why is NMPCL in business. It's been how many years that we've had NNPC before it turned to NNPCL? So why are they still in business if we are still having fuel queues? Why are they still in business if refineries are not working? Why are they still in business if the local refineries that have been built are not working? Why are they still in business if we are looking for dollars to go and import fuel after over 25 years? Why are they still in business? These are questions we need to ask. These are questions we need answers to. These are questions that should be able to wake you up at night and you ask this question. Why are they still in business? Who exactly are they serving? I guess you didn't see that coming. This is SOUQ Pulse. When we say let's talk, we talk. Who exactly are they serving? Are they serving the Nigerian government? Then who is the government? That is where the next question comes. Are they serving the Nigerian people? Or is NNPC serving NNPC? So who exactly are they serving? What is the government doing? Or what has the government been seen to be doing? Because a lot of times when we read the prints, we get to see a whole lot of headlines and you ask yourself, is this government or is this NNPC? Are they two different people? Is NNPC accountable to government or is government accountable to NNPC? Is NNPC a Nigerian enterprise? Is it a Nigerian agency? Or they are lords over Nigeria? Are they different? Are they really there to work for the betterment of the nation? These are questions that we just have to keep asking. Because if we say we want to get productive, then we can't be docile. Why do we as a people see abnormalities and call it a Nigerian factor? This takes us back to the whole question that have come out on the NNPC. Why do we wake up every day and sleep every day and say, after all, Niger, after all, there is a queue. You spend 4 hours in traffic because of a traffic in front of a pump station and you can't get to work. Emergency is blocked and you just go and come back and it's normal. Is it really normal? For everyone that is watching today and you're asking yourself, in truth, these questions, we also need to first ask ourselves, how normal have we normalized abnormalities? To what extent do we see what we should stand up and say no to and wake up and say, no, don't worry, we'll go and pray? We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll go to a second part of this particular questions and mind-boggling issues today, because you won't get to see someone else apart from you. And like I will say this, if it's possible, pick up your phone, your screen, kill it, look at it, you see yourself, ask yourself these questions. And if you happen to be at home, there's a mirror, look at that mirror. Because if there's a problem in this country, it is you, me, that have refused to do the right thing. We're going on a very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse, and it's me and you. Now, we are looking and asking ourselves directly, why are the fuel queues back again? And that has taken us to several questions, from those that were base down to the mid-level, down to the NNPC part of it. Okay, now let's take it a notch further. On the very first day, our president, Siwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, assumed office, the president announced removal of subsidy. Now, that particular event came with loads of economic hardships. Now, government on its part, the president on his part, also initiated several interventions. Did it trickle down? That's question for another day. Did he get to the states? Those are questions for another day. Did he do the right thing? Those are questions for another day. But now the question that has troubled me in this last queue that I am witnessing, we are actively living in, is this simple question: are we back to square one? If the president says that he had a plan to take subsidy away, save money for the nation, beautiful. Where are we now? What happened between the first day he assumed office and made that announcement, made that pronunciation, and things went this way to today? Because the fuel queues are back. There are things that you can't deny. You can't deny when you're hungry. It doesn't matter how spiritual you are. You can't deny when malaria hits you. That is the highest killer in Africa. Not bullets, not HIV/AIDS. Malaria. You can't deny it when those chills at night keep you up. And you can't deny it when you are trying to run away from traffic in Lagos because fuel queues are back. So that brings us to this question. Are we back to square one? Was the subsidy regime really vacated? Now, we had several press publications that told us that this amount of money has been saved over time thanks to the subsidy removal. What are these staggering figures published as payment for subsidy from the time it was removed and as of 2 days ago? Let it sink in a bit. Who exactly has been telling us the fact? At this time, who should we believe? Is somebody holding the president's arm? Is NNPC stronger than the presidency? These are questions we need to ask. Is it a presidential issue or is it an NNPCL issue? I'll ask that question again because it keeps my mind up. What are these staggering figures published as payment for subsidy? For those that are still wondering, between August in the publication is in almost all the major prints, all the major sites. The sad part is even the foreign publications are also carrying it. So from August 2023 to this particular period, as I speak with you, we are looking at paying 6.808 with some other points behind it, trillion naira. Yes, you heard me very well. Trillion naira. I was trying to make a calculation and I asked myself how much was our budget that was proposed this year. Comparing that to these figures, we are paying for subsidy. So if we say from August 2023, which means someone has not been telling us the truth. Which means there is a comma somewhere, not even just question mark. That now takes us to the next. Who is getting the subsidy payments? Who exactly are those getting the subsidy payments? If we woke up to see this particular publication, we should also wake up to see the numbers, the names, and everyone getting this particular payment. Then ask ourselves this question: to what degree are these people, these companies, really committed to the transformation agenda of both this particular government and the nation itself? Is this case really a subsidy problem or a corruption case? Issues that keep me up late at night and I can't sleep. Issues that affect not just anyone, everyone. If you call yourself a Nigerian, then it affects you. Except if you are the one that is corrupt and collecting this subsidy payment. Except if you are the one that is picking off the back of government. Except if you are the one that is really not interested if Nigeria gets productive or not. Except if you are the one that is eating off the sweat of over 200 million people. Why can't we question? What is stopping us? There is a particular line I've learned over time in this particular studios where I call him a learned fellow, and he always emphasizes that citizen diplomacy is an answer to a lot of things. Citizen diplomacy. The people of a community, people of a country standing up together and asking questions, getting counted. Not just praying. Somebody will say, Chooks, why are you always saying praying? Because that is a wrong narrative that has been sold to us over time. The Holy Book say prayers without works is dead. Pray all we want. Then what is next? You work. You stand up and ask questions. You stand up and hold somebody accountable. Not pray and relax. No. Now, if citizen diplomacy is serious, then we cannot be docile. We must ask questions. We must seek answers. And we must collectively demand better and make sure we get answers. We have sent people across the entire 774 local governments to go represent us. They owe us answers. The man in Kaura Namoda, I wonder how you're getting fuel. I'm smiling because I know that the desert is very close to you. The man somewhere in Potiskum, I wonder how it's happening to you. If Lagos can be this tense, I wonder what fuel is like in your own side of the divide. The man in Ecom, how? There are no fuel farms or tank farms very close to you, which means somebody has to ferry and drive long distances with tankers to bring it to your end in a nation that is this blessed. So we ask questions. Like I said in my opening, it is me and my thoughts. Questions I really need answered to. Thoughts that are likely and will keep me up all night. So I verbalize it. I put words to it. And I ask you to do the same thing. We need to ask questions. This is SOUQ Pulse. And we must come together and make things work. We keep talking. We never keep quiet. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. SOUQ Pulse will be back tomorrow. Have yourself a beautiful evening.
Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, extension points continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa Port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island Port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employers of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. With 68 million cases of malaria reported annually in the country, an estimated 194,000 deaths, are responsible for about 30% of the global burden of the disease. In today's news talk, we look at the necessity to rethink the programs of government on how to eliminate malaria in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. When a country carries this kind of burden, it is imperative for that country to acknowledge and indeed reject such an unviable record. And this can only be achieved through focused and sustainable actions that will ultimately bring the frightening statistics down. Shareholders have attributed the country's failure to tame the scourge to sufficient funds and commitment of government. If Nigerians can easily recollect any program designed to confront malaria, they will want to at least remember the African Summit on Rollback Malaria in Abuja, popularly known as Abuja Declaration Rollback Malaria Program, launched with fanfare in 2000. 24 years after, we hardly hear of the initiative, despite some successes that it has recorded, especially by the way of funding, both for domestic sources and international donors. It has gone the way of many other government agencies and initiatives in other sectors. As the saying goes, you cannot be doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. If malaria is still as prevalent in the country today, despite various governments' efforts to eliminate or at least reduce it to the barest minimum in the last 70 years, then a rethink of what governments have been doing so far without much result is imperative, with a view to giving way to new initiatives that will change the narrative. We must reimagine and root our approaches that has so far defined government interventions over the years. Nigeria and African countries and the global malaria community must also reinvest approaches to address the constraints that prevent efficient delivery of existing effective key malaria control strategies and forthcoming innovations and tools for the country of the disease have evolved both in quality and quantity over the years. Aside from imagining and reinventing approaches to fighting malaria, we must accept the simple fact that malaria is a multi-sectoral problem rather than merely seen as a health issue. As far as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. In this wise, we must tackle malaria from the very source. Drainages must continue to flow to prevent water from being stagnant, so mosquitoes will take advantage of the stagnant waters. There must be collaboration among the various ministries of health and environment. Contributory factors such as inappropriate dropping of garbage must be checked to prevent blockage of drainages. This implies that environmental laws must be strictly enforced among several factors. It must also dawn on African leaders that malaria is basically an African problem, and research efforts on it must be intensified in the region in the quest to change the narrative. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria taking the lead in this regard, but the government must be ready to fund the efforts. The government must be ready to intensify enlightenment programs on prevention rather than cure of the disease. Failure to meet the financial stipulations of the Abuja Summit by many countries has to give way to improved funding if Africans are to witness a drastic reduction in deaths caused by malaria. My name is Bayo Olaoye. The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one line. Yes, assign it to God.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and, by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.